Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Thursday, September the 25th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Couple of yeses to let me know you guys can hear me, see my screen. Thank you, RC. So that's in our main room. Can I get somebody from YouTube doing the same thing for me? Just want to make sure you guys can hear me and see my screen in YouTube. Just give me one moment, guys. I am really looking to short this PEP-G. I'm really looking for, well, maybe forward to shorting this PEP-G. Bad news, of course, that's why it popped, still up 121%. It's shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. I was surprised to see that, couple 100,000 shares available. Okay. Mm, I wanted to get it around the mid-80s. Want to see it clear 6, number 1, of course, and if it gets close to 6, I'm out. So, what else has happened? Well, first of all, the market, I had to turn my gap downs off. They were just so many over and over and over and over again. These gap downs this morning, hardly any gap ups. These are the only ones. Now, opened up at 8:09. That's my time or Eastern time. So that's when I started that particular scan, or I loaded trade ideas. So is- I'm watching this now, Pep G. Okay, I'm in it. I'm just. I don't want to see it pop up on me. Yeah. No, it had news. I mean, the news is, obviously the market perception of this news is good. All right, good. I was waiting for the mid 60s. So I've covered some in the mid 60s just in case it wants to pop up on me. So got in around 587 on the short. And yeah, I say I don't often trade in the pre-market, but I looked too juicy. And I was just surprised to see that there were shares available to short at Interactive Brokers. There's really no I mean, there's no point in going over all these. I mean, there's so many sell-offs today, and I don't think any sector is really safe today so far. I will talk about OKLO. OKLO. This is, I'll just pick on this one, for the one of the nukes, but I'm sure they're all down. This is down 15%. SMR, so what SMR is down only 5%. So maybe OKLO is leading the way down for the nukes. Just give me a moment, guys. I'm just, of course, I'm watching this at PepG. I have another price alert set down here around 560. Could be support around there. Little sell flag hit, and the VWAP curling down now. I did see KMX in the pre-market. Yes, well, I'm sure it's right. I'm sure it's right there. I don't have to type it in. But I was so fixated on the PepG, I didn't really do too much scouring for other things. But yeah, CarMax. You're absolutely right, though. I'm sure I'm gonna see well, I may not see it. Oh, yeah, it's $48. I don't know why. I thought it said 648. So, yeah. Oh, I'm looking at the SPY. That's what's going on here, guys. There we go. Okay. So yeah, CarMax, actually getting fairly close to a lifetime low. Yeah, this could be one that's gonna show up immediately in the, large cap sell-offs, which will load soon. Come on, PepG, get down into the 50s. Okay, PSTV, I think this is, yeah, this is under a dollar. That's why I really not too interested in it, but, I know some will be. So there is the 200-day moving average at 75 cents for a PSTG. I'm sorry, PSTV. PSTV probably had some news. Price target maintained with a $5 per share price target by Boral. Announced a national coverage agreement with United Healthcare for CNS cancer diagnostic kit. That is the news for PSTV. PSTV, yes. Okay, guys, I've covered more of the PEP-G. Not much left. Remember, there is news on it, and I know there's some putting some price targets on it a lot higher. So I want to be safe on this one. Evax, I think the Evax had some news. Yeah, Evax, that, yeah, deal worth up to $600 million. I think they got 7 million upfront. This is a deal they've got going with Merck. I've sworn that they had they received some money upfront. Yeah, 7.5 million upfront. Okay, now it's not the big deal, of course. 592, maybe down the road. So anyway, that's the news for Evax, EVAX. There's so many gapping down guys. Now these are remember this is don't this I think this is on yeah this is on don't repeat. So I think it's not on don't repeat. I think what it is, and I think it's sorted. Boy, there's just so many gapping down now. Morning, guys. Very few gapping up in my gap ups. That's right. So I will see this. I will see the stock again. This is a group and sort by. So, but I won't see it over. I won't see it every time it makes a new low, like over and over and over again. I know it's probably confusing, but here's KMX. So a lot of stocks are gapping down this morning. Now you would think the market. I thought when I saw this morning, I thought maybe the market was down about 7 or 8 points. It's fine. I mean, it's down 360, 3.6. And it is moving a little higher. Wow, AMP guys, AMP, Amplify Energy, AMPY. AMP is on the move here. Any specific news on it? Ooh, this is shortable too for me. I can't believe it. Okay. Well, Don't have much left, but I still have some. So Pepsi just hit my little 560. So let's see if it gets into the 550s. Who knows? Maybe down to the 540s. I'm short that. Now, AMP is actually shortable for me also. 2.27 million shares at Interactive Brokers. So plenty of shares available. I wouldn't trust these big pops. I don't see any news on it. I can't see any news on AMP. You know what I better do? I want to put a price alert at Pepsi. Just I don't think I have one down here. So maybe around the 550, yeah, 552. See if it gets down there. Yeah, CarMax is just not too many earnings plays, and but that is one of them. SPY, well, let's take a look at our weekly chart. So on a daily chart, so it's broken down through that. So the next low on a daily chart is 654. A couple of days around there. On the weekly chart, that's the same, probably, yeah. So the last week's high, say 654, could be some support for this high. So guys, because I've been sort of dominated by FG this morning, I really haven't looked at too much. I know there are some other ones happening. SPRC, while they're going back, the company announced plans to launch a quantum computing-enabled 3D protein modeling initiative for drug discovery. Okay, so that's the news. 37 is the next high looking left on the daily. So anybody in YouTube, maybe you guys can't hear me. I don't know. Anybody in YouTube to let me know you can hear me and see my screen. I've got it on mute. Thank you, Pepe. Ooh, do I have the whatever's to short this one, Ampy? It's fine. Yeah, the high here, 550. I think one hectic one is enough for me in the pre-market. The Pepsi looks like it's trying to pop again, but so I'm going to hold on to a little bit just in case it has a big drop on the open. I expect my large cap stocks, that race I run, I expect it to be full this morning. Though the gap has already, well, maybe the gap has already happened. I don't know. It was fine, but speaking of which, so the Dow was down. I want to just take a look at XLE Energy. I think yesterday, interesting. It actually had a good day yesterday. Still above the 200-day moving average. XLV Healthcare still underneath. Staples was moving away. Yeah, Staples is still underneath. So I think those are the only two that are still underneath the 200-day moving average. Staples and that's not the stock, but the sector and also healthcare. You are right, William. KMX is just really in collapse mode. So let's take a look at it on a, well, there's the weekly chart. Can't see anything on the weekly chart. On the monthly chart, boy, it looks like the next low, 37.59, and that's back in wow, that's back in March of 2020. So over 5 years ago. Oh, wow, over 5 years ago, it's approaching those highs. That's the pandemic month, one of the pandemic early pandemic months. 47.40. Yeah, so it's below that. Look at the recovery after. Okay, give me one moment, guys. Okay, guys. So what else? Again, there's no. I really don't care that. Well, I care, but I don't think there's any point looking at all these ones that are gapping down. There's so many. No, I'm not saying that. Well, look at that now. If you want to short, actually, this is the long version. I wonder where maybe OKLO does not have a short ETF associated with it. This is the long. If you ever thought it was going to bounce, you could buy this, get double the move. But I don't see. Yeah, I don't. I guess it doesn't have a short version that you could buy. It continues to move down. Okay, MP, I don't see any news on this one. Got to be some news. That's a big pop. A lot of volume came into AMPY, AMPY, but I do not see any news on it. So this down, yeah. So Carvana is being dragged down by CarMax right now, anyway. So Carvana is down 4.77%. I think CarMax is down a lot more. You can see right there, 18%. Yeah, well, I'm glad I held off shorting this one. I'm not sure I'm going to short it, but I'm glad I did hold off shorting Ampy. I don't see any news on it. Do I see any news on this one? I can't. Nothing showing up on my headlines. And that's from Interactive Brokers. Got to be something. Amplify. So what do they do? Profile. So oil and gas. The new charts. What is new about them, RC? Oh, for you guys, maybe. 'Cause I'm always on a development version. What's new? I don't know what would be new. You know, you have the three dots, but you always had the three dots, but maybe you've got more options now. So, are you talking about what like the scroll on the bottom? You're talking about this, right? Oh, I see. Okay, that's good. I thought that was around for you guys for a while. That little scroll on the bottom. I sworn it was. Well, I think it's just because you haven't activated it. If you display alerts on chart, display alerts on charts. I think this was available quite a while ago, not just in this last build, right? It was in the last beta. Okay. Hmm. What a short now, guys. I didn't take it. That was been awesome. Now you're not going to see the RNS. Depends, you know, depends on the size of your chart. Okay, if I can find one. Not going to appear all the time. Depends on the size on your chart. Also, it may not be in the pre-market. Okay, it may not. It's probably not in the pre-market. But as Guppy says, this little scroll on the bottom here has been around since the last beta. It's just you probably didn't know it. You just need to activate it. These little three buttons now have all these options here. Anyway, what a crushing short that would have been. Oh man, $1 like that. Didn't take it. I have an error message. I don't know if I'm going to run the money machine today. I'm still trying to figure out why I get that error message. Plus, it really doesn't matter whether I run it or not. I mean, it's all about what strategy you guys pick. You have it. We can get very different results. Plus, the problem is that you really have to manually exit trades, in my opinion, anyway. And I just don't have the time. I mean, I could be doing that all day. As new, so I really don't have the time to do it. Maybe in the new version. Maybe in the new version. Okay. Oh, you run the money machine market hours. Okay, that's good. Yes. This is a carryover from yesterday and all. So I mean, I have not manually exited anything. Consequently, if I display that right now, it wouldn't look very good. All right, guys, I'm going to get the layout that I use at 9:30 up and running. So give me a moment here. Hey guys, let me do just a little bit of arranging here, getting this down. So I expect, see a lot of the large cap losers today. Now, you know what? The market could pop. I mean, the mark like it is now. I mean, the market. This could be a nice gap down. One of my favorite days is a gap down and then recovery, especially for stocks that are they're only gapping down because the overall market's down, not because they have any specific news. So these are the top 6. So what I was displaying before, the pre-market actives up, had 15 stocks in it. These are the top 6. Okay, guys. Well, I may have to do a look at PepG again later as a potential short again. Okay, completely out of it now. Pretty nice for me anyway. Pretty nice pre-market trade. I haven't. I can't remember the last pre-market trade I took. I was just surprised to see that Interactive Brokers had a lot of shorts available. This is an earnings play, actually, guys. The Lux is an earnings play, and let's see the volume. Yeah, good volume actually. Two million shares. This is actually an earnings play. LUX. I don't like the daily though. Look how many little areas it would have to get through. It's not clean enough for me. Take a look at a weekly chart. Maybe have a different idea of it. Yeah. So the next high looking left, that would be last week's high, 946, and then we've got 989. So for me, there's just not enough room. I mean, it. I'm not saying it's not going to blast through all this, but it doesn't look that enticing to me. I'm talking about the LUXE. Not too many earnings plays. There's another one though, guys. Company that most people have heard of anyway. Stitch Fix. One of the hardest ones I have to pronounce. Stitch Fix. It is gapping down on earnings. Oh, I thought it was a lot more expensive. I thought this was more of. I thought that said $47. So they have look ahead of earnings. Look at yesterday's bar. So in case people are saying, "Well, wait a minute, they had earnings yesterday." Yes, it was. They released after hours yesterday. So the big reaction usually is the day after. Just give me a moment, please. Okay, guys, sorry about that. Yeah. So as far as Stitch Fix is concerned, I for some reason I thought it was a more expensive stock. I know it used to be, but okay, guys, we're open. We are now open, or the 9:30 open. So let's have a great trading day, everybody. And obviously I took that short in the pre-market, but I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down. Now I may make an exception on something I see in the losers, large cap losers. Interesting. Normally this is what happens. What why we're not seeing any stocks here is because nothing is gapping up in the large cap gap. Nothing is gapping up yet. based on my filters. You don't often see that. Usually when that usually it'll be the large cap losers that you might get this, flashing, but so it's saying no data. What do I mean by that? Look at this, open the top list, nothing in it. Okay, well, there is one now. Now, Cure, this was a big one from yesterday, of course, and so now it's above yesterday's high. Had big news yesterday. Price target raised to $80 from 47 at Cantor Fitzgerald. Black was a big one yesterday. Of course, the lithium, most of the lithium plays were on fire yesterday. This one's especially. So there's CPOP. Yeah, Obi. There's CPOP. Boy, this one has been on fire too, guys. Kodiak Sciences, KOD, had the big day 3 days ago, huge day 3 days ago, went from about 10 all the way up to 16, pulled back the following day. Yesterday was a pretty good day. And now we've got, I think is this halted? It's not halted. It just seemed, no, it's not halted. But it's early, and you can see this is why I don't like trading in the first 15. I don't like these new charts. Why is it doing that? They're not new for me. I'm just kidding, kind of. Why is it doing this? Enable right edge padding is unchecked. It's all jumping around. Well, I'll have to figure out what's going on later. I'm trying to get. I want it obviously to be over to the right edge. Okay, let's take a look at the open. See, this is not jumping around. So look at the open now on the SPY. So we do have a red bar. It looks like maybe we get a bit of a bounce to start, but no. So we have a red bar to start. It's on a 5 minute chart. NIQ. Now I had a price alert set from this one. This was going to be a potential short for me yesterday, and it didn't trigger. Now I'm not saying I'm going to take. I mean, there's no volume yet, but this was going to be a potential short yesterday for me, but it did not trigger. Now has been showing. MIR has been showing. Well, I remember one day it showed up in the gap ups, but it's been showing up a lot in the gap downs, and that's MIR. Of course, you can see why. 25 closed down here at 21, 22. Poet is almost at yesterday's high. Yesterday's high was around 670, so Poet is almost at yesterday's high. Wow, I didn't realize there'd be that many. There are 10 million shares available to short it. Interactive Brokers or BMNR. Did not take this one. 48.50 was sort of the call it the alert. I think anything could be a short sell now. Anything that has popped, with the market, especially if it's popping on no news. It was maybe trying to catch this little move up on this high early. Yeah, I mean, Cure just dropped $4. Yeah, this is you don't normally see this in this race, guys. You don't see this very often. That you get it full. Well, there's Freeport had a horrible day yesterday. Look what it did. I mean, it closed right at the low. This is one I shorted early. I took a little loss on it, forgot about it, and look what it did for the rest of the day. And that is FCX. I mean, even SOUN has an ETF for them. I mean, it doesn't trade very much, but still. All right. What I'm really looking for, though, I mean, this BMNR. I mean, it would have been an awesome short, but I do find it a little tricky. Can be very, very volatile. So sort of shied off it, away from it. But what I'm looking for, wow, look at Macy's now. Now Macy's might get me really interested. Why? It's under, except for this. So six, yeah. I mean, it just for me just doesn't have enough room. I mean, obviously, when you look left, there's a low there, 1689, 1686. Well, even if you wait for that, so if you wait for those lows to be broken, then you've got to contend with this 1650, which is far enough away. If I knew it was going to get down there, I'd much rather. Yeah, I'm going to have to just forget about it. Yeah, boy, Cure, no kidding, the Cure giving it up. Nice $6 drop so far. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, SPRC is halted on the way up. halted on the way up. So it took out this high, 637. I mean, this is I don't want to call it a quant stop, but they're using quantum computing. Well, let's take a look. Where could it open? So here is so this blue screen I'm showing, nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay, nothing. Look at that PepG now. Not in it. Did not reshort it. SPRC 650. There's the halt. This column is trying to tell you perhaps where it could open. No big clue. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. This blue screen I'm showing you, nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay, time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Well, these are definitely contrary stocks. Okay, LQDA. These are large cap gainers. Obviously, there are a lot more large cap losers, or well, large cap losers. Yeah. So, but these are definitely contrary stocks moving against the overall market. So there's the LQDA. Next high in a daily chart. I'm a little reluctant though to go long anything, but next high, I mean $24. So it has about a dollar, a little over a dollar to the next high. Not seeing EVAC. So is that the one that's hmm, here it is. Okay. So you've got 466 or so is the VWAP. 472, 466 is the VWAP. So something to be aware of. Oh my goodness. Well, again, I didn't hold anything. This is my pre-market short for PepG. I don't know if there's any specific market news. So we're getting into, so there's the next low looking left on the SPY around 654.23. There's one right here, 653. So let's call it 654. I'm going to put a price alert right in that area. And let's just see if it takes that out. Okay, SPRC resumed. A little higher. Yeah, remember it was halted at 650, so it did pop above that. Now there's the 200-day moving average at around 705. Yeah, 705. That's the 200-day moving average. Not halted now. Might get halted again. Looking at the no, looking at it's still trading. So the Merck news obviously is helping this stock. I'm sorry, this is not the same one. I'm sorry, excuse me. The Merck news was EVAX. Wow, look at that through the 200-day like nothing. Obviously a low float. Yeah, 1.62 million in the float. Israeli stock. Wow. Did not get that. Oh my, PepG, look at it now. So the last time I looked at Interactive Brokers, there were about 40,000 shares available. There are only 184 now. So that means that Interactive Brokers, anyway, 70,000 have been snapped up. Give me a moment, guys. I'm just reading some internal discussions happening in our Slack thread. Boy, still holding strong. This SPRC is still holding strong. This is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. That's too bad. I'm sure that at some point it's just going to probably give up 50 cents, 60 cents or so, but it is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Stub. Now, Stub had a bit of a bit of a pop yesterday. Actually got up to $20 yesterday. Look where it closed though. They just sold off the whole day and it closed right at the low. So now this, of course, all-time low. IPO from a few days ago, 2350 was I think 2350 was the IPO price, and well underneath that. Interesting, a China EV player is moving higher, XPAV, and it's taken out that high right there. He's 22.49, so it's above that. So the next high looking left is 23.64. So there's about a dollar for that next high. Interesting. So it says NIO shares are volatile after key product launch. Well, let's take a look at NIO. I don't see NIO anywhere, but so actually XPEV is moving more than NIO. NIO is up a couple of 2 points. This is up 5.8%. How often do you guys have this government shutdown threats? Is that every 6 months or it's more than once a year, isn't it? Or is it every 3 months? Every 3 months? Okay, guys, we are now in brief recovery mode. But there was one earlier this year, wasn't there? The threat of a government shutdown. Anyway, I can't comment. I don't live in your country, so anyway, guys, market is putting a little bit of a pop here. The big deal to me would be if it holds over the VWAP. The VWAP for the SPY is so the SPY's VWAP is about 656. Okay, that includes pre-market. Yeah, same as here. So 656. So it tried, well, 656 to be exact, 656.57. So it's still a little bit underneath the VWAP. I think that if it now look what it tried to do. It tried to pop through the VWAP, but it fell. I'm going to put a price alert up in that area again to see if it takes up the VWAP, and maybe we'll get a bit of a recovery. This was a pretty good one from the AI. I did not take it. NUAI, NUAI. I saw that we saw this one yesterday, or at least maybe the day before yesterday. This was under a dollar, closed here at 92 cents, but it is moving now, guys. That is a great one from our AI. Did not take it. Yeah, he continues on the way down. Where is there any support for this? Well, it's hard to know. I mean, the next I closed yesterday at 64. I don't think it's going to get down there, but okay. Now this is a candidate for me, perhaps IoT, and yes, a little over a dollar to that next low. I may have missed it. I'm trying to get it, but there's plenty of shorts available. 7 million. That's not the issue. Not down 10%, so the uptick rule is not in effect. Okay, I got some guys on the IOT short. Okay, I did get some of the IOT short. I kept it in there, and they filled me a bit. So it's close to 36. I'm out, but and why would I like it? Because I like these ones underneath the whole number. And of course, it did have room when I looked left down to 3466. I'm not saying it's going to get there, of course, but certainly didn't have to worry about any chart support, any near term chart support. So let's see if this moves down a little bit for me here. And of course, that showed up right here, IOT right there, and actually won the last race. 350, 356, 956, guys. So I'm gonna, wow, what a great one from our AI that I did not take. NUAI is now 16% move. Who's your broker, Bruce? I don't have shares available for that one. Interactive Brokers. But you know what, Bruce? I mean, look, the float is so little that anything could happen. Anything could happen, right? With 1.8 million, 1.6 million in the float, I wouldn't beat yourself up too much. Just because of the float, because I mean, you get people getting enthused about it again, and that could pop like a dollar on you just like that. So where could it open though? Let's take a look. SPRC. Oh, it opened. Okay, it already opened under around 6. Okay. Well, IoT taking its sweet time right now. I'm on that short. Okay, guys, took myself out of the IoT short. I may look at it again. It was getting too close to 36 for me. So I took myself out of the IoT short, took a little loss on it. I'll look at it again. I don't want to lose sight of it. So if it gets back down to say the 35, I mean, I had a marginal profit in it, but I'm going to, I might reshort it depending what it does. Is there a channel that gets me to this? Are you talking about what you're seeing here, Cap Me? This is my layout, okay? But I can show you. What time is it now? 9:59. So actually, it's a good time for me to go to my homepage and show you the information that you can have, including some of the scans that you can see. Okay, I'm talking to Cap Me in our YouTube room. So give me a moment, Cap. I'm going to go over my homepage and talk a little bit about some of the information you can find on my homepage, including my promo code. So here's how you can take out a subscription now for Trade Ideas, getting 15% off. 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. For those of you who are in YouTube that you may not know, first of all, welcome to the rooms. I moderate a YouTube room and the main room, as I call it. Will see my screen and hear me. YouTube has a slight delay, about a 5 to 8 second delay. Not we don't do it. It's YouTube. So if you wanted to come into what I call the main room, okay, there's a lot more action, a lot more traders in the main room, tossing around ideas all day long. If you click on my homepage link, there it is, the trading room. Okay, you want to stay in YouTube, that's fine. Also, if you save my link, even those who get into my room every day, if you save my link, that's how you can get into the room every day. Saving my link will also show you the latest and greatest promo that we have. And all I ask is that if you take out a subscription at some time in the future, please use my code. Company tracks the codes. If they see my code being used enough, they'll keep their rooms free. Okay. Scroll down and you get the trade of the week. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. It is free. If you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your motions folder first before you contact us. Okay. Education section is here. There's the SPY. Yeah. Oh, the SPY actually, I thought it was on the way down. So the SPY actually, I guess that was the VWAP. So it popped up a little bit here on the VWAP break. So I'm going to just show you the user guide first, because I'm going to go over the races in a little more detail. So in the guide, this is a section on TI stock racing, okay? So as I talk about the races, this is where you can go as a reference. I'm going to talk about this specific race. Of course, this shows you, and I'm going to show you how you can create your own race with your own set of parameters. But first, getting started with Trade Ideas. That's the very first thing you have to do if you take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, okay? They're short videos, very short videos. You must do this first. If you don't have Trade Ideas and you're wondering about if this is a good fit for you, what I would do is I would start off on that second video and take a look at the videos. That should give you an idea about whether or not this is something you might want to try, okay? Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. It's all free. A series of videos for those of you who are new to trading. Now, last, if you're looking for my scans, scroll down, middle section. Now, Cap, I don't have these. I don't have these. This is what I've got here. The biggest scanners from the start of the race is here. Don't have these on my homepage, but if you want them, I can give them to you and anybody else. The biggest scanners from the start of the race, the biggest losers from the start of the race. This is the halts or zooms is down here. This is my single stock window down here. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and down. Yeah, I'm talking in general though, Cap, okay? I'm talking in general, not just to you, okay? So, and I've got other scans that I am sharing. You can take a look at the people can take a look at them. I don't know, but I'm not using them right now. I'm not using the momentum scan or the gap scan or the Pepe combo scan. I'm not using them. I'm just really, this is it. What you see is that's it. So if you want these, I don't have them on my homepage, but I can give you the links for the large cap losers and the biggest gainers. Okay. Now, what I also should have done is the format of the rooms. The main room is open around 6:45 Eastern time. Okay, in the morning. I don't get on the mic, and I try to open the YouTube room sometime between 8:30 and 8:40. I don't get on the mic until about 9. Why so late? I live in Vancouver, Canada, so 6:45, a little early for me, my time zone to open the room. But Obi opens the room. When I usually leave sometime between 2 and 2:30. I'll always stay later if there are questions. But when I leave, either Obi or William in the main room will keep the room open after I leave. They don't have to, but they usually let me know if they're going to. YouTube, I do have to shut down when I leave. You can see right off, you can see, guys, didn't get stubborn about the IoT, even though I thought this was a nice looking short. Always have a stop, always have a, and I actually got out a little earlier than what I would have considered my absolute stop price. Don't get stubborn. Don't think, you know what, it's gonna work. Very important money management. Took myself out of the trade for a very small loss, which would have been a lot more had I just sort of got stubborn about it. Very important. Okay, William. Okay, so Obi, you just let me know if you're going to keep the room open after I leave today. So let me go over this race. Okay. Again, Obi, you don't have to. Like, nobody has to keep the room open now. Either William or they do it. I want to say it in the goodness of their hearts, but it's not like it's mandatory they do it. But they, like keep it open because they still want to top stocks after I leave. So let me go over this race right here and the whole concept of racing. So this is called the biggest gainers from the start of the race. So I'm running 4 minute races again. All this is customizable. Okay, how many stocks you see, the duration of the race, why you're seeing these stocks in here. So what does this mean? 4 minute. I'm running a 4 minute race. So as we speak, since the race started 2 minutes ago, EVAX has moved the most, 5.5%. Nice little move. After I guess it dropped a bit. Yeah, it dropped all the way down here. Now it's starting to come back a bit. So that's what these percentages refer to. Since the start of the race, this has moved the most, 5.5%. The second place is SPRC. But again, this race is not over yet. So we actually don't know who's going to win this race. But notice what happens. Eventually, there will be a top 10 list that is automatically created for you. Okay, made up of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. So you can see in number one position is SPRC. It has won 5 races. That's what the number beside it refers to. So look what happens. Look what happened. It knocked EVAX out of the top position and still has another minute though to go. So looking like it could win this race. But the nice thing is that there is a top 10 list that is built for you automatically. So if you're new to trading, this can get overwhelming. You're seeing all these stocks coming by. But the top 10 list gives you some focus. You can just focus on these stocks all day long if that's what you want to do. And when I say these stocks, it doesn't have to be these stocks, okay? The races are all customizable. For your race, you can customize a race. I'm going to show you how to see perhaps the stocks that you would rather see. These are very volatile. You can see the percentages. See the percentage for Intel here, leading a race at 0.79%. Typically in the large cap, the large cap stocks, you're just not going to see something moving 12%. So while these are wonderful to be in, if you're on the right side, they're very volatile. So as a new trader, they can be a little bit more difficult. But if you're not a new trader, this can again give you focus, give you just stocks, building up a watch list for the day for you. So you can see that SPRC did win that last race. So it has won 6 races. So why are these stocks showing up here? Why are these ones here? Why are these ones here? So let me look at this race. All races start from a top list window. If I right click, open the top list. This is what you're going to see. in my this is remember, this is my race, okay? This is what I want to see. It doesn't have to be what you want to see. So before we had races and watch or if I right click on this top list, notice I can either show a tree map, which is going to just display the list in I think a much better way, okay? Much better way as opposed to a boring grid, okay? But I can also launch a race from the top list. What was that IPO? I can't even remember last Friday. App talking to Cap in our YouTube room. Now, before we had races and the way to display the grid in that tree map format, the way a person would use a top list window is you can sort on any column header that you have. So right now, what I've sorted on is the change from the close. Okay, change from the close. So question we get a lot is, well, it's great to see these stocks that are near the high of the day, but you know what? I don't want to necessarily see the stocks that are at the high of the day. How about how would I find stocks that are maybe starting to move? Okay, and that's what the race does. So in this top list window, this is what I'm looking for. Okay, if the price is between 1 and 50 and the minimum 200,000 shares are traded and up at least 2% from yesterday's close, then it will be in this list of stocks. Now I've capped it to 50 stocks. That's just something I decided to do. You don't have to cap it at 50, but I decided to cap it at 50. I'm not sure there are 50 here, it doesn't really matter, but you can see the lowest one here is at 2% up from yesterday's close because that's what the filter demanded. So the concept of the races, though, is look at PAVS. PAVS is up 5% from yesterday's close. Look at right now; it's leading a race. Okay, it's only up 3 cents, but that's because it's a huge stock. But what if PAVS or any one of these stocks down here is really starting to move? How would you know? You know, what are you going to do? Stare at a list of stocks and try to watch something as it's moving up the list? Well, that's what the race does for you. You don't have to rely on your eyes or staring at a list of stocks to see which stock might be moving. That's what the race does. The race does not, please listen carefully because this is the whole concept of the race. The race doesn't care whether a stock is up the most from yesterday's close. All it cares about is that since the race started in this list of stocks, what stock is moving the most. So there's FOFO. I did see it a little earlier. FOFO happens to be near the top, but I don't know where we would have first seen it. Could have been down in this area. Okay. So that's the concept of the racing. You know, you can it can start to pick up stocks that are starting to move up in the list that you've got. Now, the other thing I should have gone over this a little bit. You don't have to wait, number one, for a race to be over in order to click on it to see what's happening. Certainly, if I saw a stock at the top here leading a race, I would click on it just to see what is happening. Okay, that makes sense, right? I mean, and what when I say what is happening, what does it look like on the charts that you have? Okay, is it setting up for you? But if I saw any stock in this list, click on it. Just see what's happening. You don't have to wait for the race to be over. Just see what is happening with the stock. You know, again, you have to have some trading experience, obviously. If you have any trading experience at all, you know, maybe a stock has pulled back into the VWAP. And now it's starting to move off the VWAP if that's your style. Maybe you've got a moving average on your chart, okay, that the stock has moved into. Maybe, and if you look at that moving average, maybe you think that is acting as support. Maybe it's going to bounce off that. So hopefully it's starting to make sense that what you can do is create your own race based on your set of parameters. So if I right click on the race, Sure, this is what I wanna see. But you may wanna see something completely different. Maybe you want a different price range, maybe a different minimum volume, maybe something else. Maybe you wanna add a filter in, okay? The race is customizable, and it'll show you the stocks that you wanna follow, and that's what I've done here, okay? I basically took this race. These are large cap stocks, so if I right click and open the top list on this one, see, not very many, not very many. So I basically took this race and I said, okay, let's add a market cap of at least half a billion. Float is at least 50 million. You know, I changed the price range between 10 and 70. 200,000 shares is the same, 2% from yesterday's close. This prevents a lot of stocks from coming in. I do want to see stocks near the high of the day. That's just the way I like to see it. Okay, so that is the position in the day's range. So it's got to be near the high. It's at least 95% above the low, so within 5%. So if I had a daily candle, it would be near the top. So let's just click on one and you'll see. Interesting what happened. But again, you can change this. You can build your own race or set the parameters for your own race. So as you can see, there are very few stocks. There are very few stocks that are meeting the filter requirements right now. That's okay. I don't mind. Now, the other thing you can do is you can create your own set of stocks that you want to follow. Maybe you have like a group of stocks that you like to follow every single day. Now make it a big enough, maybe 20 or 30 stocks. Maybe you want to follow, and those stocks could change every day, I suppose, or some of them. You could create a symbol list or a watch list, and then attach it to the top list window, and then you could then just follow those stocks all day long and run a race on them. Yeah, nice market bounce, guys. So we hit a low here. What did we look at on the SPY as a potential support area? Right down here. So it didn't quite get there. That was the low of a few days ago. Didn't quite get there. That's 655, 654.30. So, within a dollar, it, you know, I'm not saying that's exactly what held it, but we did have a bounce and we bounced and we got through the VWAP and now we're starting to move. It's a little recovery. So this is a trading room, but it's also a support room. Okay, so you can ask me questions all day long. Don't be shy. If it's an accounting type question, I cannot help you, but I can direct you to the people who can. There you go, Bruce. Just reading your yeah, with those low floats. Let's see what now. This is actually kind of beautiful, isn't it? Look what happened to SPRC. So if you're a bit of a VWAP player, look what happened. It got into the VWAP, that line right there, that purple line on my chart. It got into the VWAP of a 1, 2, 3. This is a 2-minute chart. So say even 10 minutes, it was hanging around the VWAP area before the market decided, okay, we're gonna suggest that's a support area and then bounce from it. So what time is it now? 10:20, excuse me, 10:20. So around noon Eastern time, I do take a break between 12 and 1, and somebody will take over for me in our YouTube room. Today's Thursday. It could be Steve Gomez, but I'll confirm that. All right, guys. So what I'm looking for here actually is on the large cap losers. It's for some stock that might be well, like Fro. Okay, let's take a look at Fro. Just underneath the whole number, 2253. That's about 40 cents of that low. Not sure that's enough for me. Also, the market, now that the market is starting to bounce, unless Fro has some specific news on its own, which I don't see, because a lot of these type of stocks, of course, are going to follow the market a bit unless they have specific news. It could be an earnings play or, again, some negative news. I don't see any negative news for Fro. So with the market bouncing the way it is, now I'm a little more reluctant to go short some of these larger cap stocks unless there's some specific news. I have this one thumbnail. I see open now. Shady's open is moving nicely now. Open. Okay, so it's above yesterday's high now. Next high looking left is 946. So yeah, it has room. Open shares are trading higher after Jane Street Group disclosed a 5.9% stake in the company. I don't know Jane Street, but obviously they've got some carrying some weight with that announcement. Well, yeah, Tim. Well, new. I mean, so the question is the money machine. Okay, so if you're a pro member, so that means you have our premium service. It means you can now practice using the money machine. You have to open Brokerage Plus, and now you can practice in the simulator using the money machine. So have you ever used Brokerage Plus? You just click on New Brokerage Plus. And see, this is why I don't know why I keep getting this error message, but I do. You won't, you won't, but you can start the money machine. But here are the money machine settings. Okay, and I think that there are several strategies that you can pick from. Okay, and you can just run it. You just follow, how much. Again, this isn't a simulator. This isn't. No, you don't have to. It's already in TI. You don't have to download anything new. Well, as long as you have the latest beta. Okay, the latest beta. So when you say download something new, yeah, it has to be the latest beta. Okay. So when you open Brokerage Plus, then you should see something like this, and then it says Money Machine Settings. You can click on it. You can bring in your own strategy if you want, but for me, what I would do, I would just take one of these and see how it works, and you can control your position size. This is $5,000 a trade, five maximum positions. So is that not on our homepage yet, Pepe? The latest the Money Machine Alpha download, is that not on our homepage? Or was that in the email that people received? We should go to our homepage. Okay, on a separate button. Okay, so you have to, okay, you do have to download the Alpha Money Machine. Okay. They changed up my, on my homepage. I used to, well, let me just find it. I used to be able to just go to my homepage and it used to be up here, download. Probably, it used to be up here. I could do all that. Thank you, Pepe. So go to the homepage. Yeah, it's just a new, yeah, you're right. I didn't realize, I thought it was just the latest beta, but it's actually but it's not really, all it's doing is just giving you another, build. Okay. It's not like it's an add-on as such, if that makes sense. Like Go No Go or the Anchored VWAP or things like that. It's just part of the build. Let me go to the homepage. Probably have to create a link for that. I don't have, well, let me click on what, okay, so this is what you're seeing here. Okay, so download the Money Machine Alpha. So that's what you have to download, guys. I think that probably came in the email you got, right? Did not say. If it didn't, it's crazy. If it didn't, and you had to download this. When I say you, Tim, I'm not talking just to you. I'm talking to anybody who's listening. So download the Money Machine Alpha. The email should have been pretty explicit, I would have thought, though, just to say download the latest. Well, when you say different, no, it's not different. It's just another build. It's not a different program. It's not like you're adding the money machine to the Go No Go as an example. Okay, that's an add-on to Trade Ideas as a build. Okay. The other thing is, but you have to be a pro. You have to have our premium service. But it's not like an. It's not like it's again Go No Go here as an example. It's a third-party application. Oh, where is Go No? I don't even know where it is anymore. Go No Go. It's a third-party application, okay? This is part of Trade Ideas, just in the latest, it's just a different version of Trade Ideas, that's all, the latest build. Well, no, Tim, it's not. It's in you just click on that link that they had, okay? Right here, Money Machine Alpha. But it's not, I don't wanna call it an add-on, it's just a build that happens to have it in it. So you're not going to lose anything, okay? I mean, whatever layout you've got, just make sure you save your layouts like I always do. But you just download this, and it's just think of it as just another version of Trade Ideas. Okay, Tim, come on, man. Money Machine Alpha. Let's just click on that, okay? This is a lot of people don't. I mean, why we have a beta and why we have pro. A lot of people don't like betas. Okay, so we give people before we had this, we give people the option of people sometimes I don't want to download the beta. I've always downloaded the beta, but this is just another version of Trade Ideas. Okay, if you want to have access to the money machine, just download that. It's just it's the same software as somebody is saying. It's just that now you have access to the money machine. Okay. But you do know, so anybody who's listening, you do have to have our premium service in order for this to work. You can still download this, but I mean, you don't have the premium service, it's not, it's not going to work. Well, what did the email say? I mean, I didn't see the email that went out. I don't get those, but would not the email have said something to the effect that, in order to access it, you must download the money machine? If it didn't, then you're right. Hey guys, I just reading something here. So I guess you guys in the States, your PDT rule is being waived pending approval from the SEC. So it's not, it hasn't been moved yet, but according to what I'm reading here is that the PDT rule is going to be waived, assuming the SEC says yes. Okay. Funky, I cannot trade the money machine. I've got a bit of a bug in it on my end. Okay, it's not for whatever reason, but also I maybe one day this week, but I would have to have it up. I would have to be managing the trades, the exits. Okay, and that would require my basically not doing anything else. Well, it'll be like Canada. I mean, we've never had the PDT rule, so that's the whole thing. Yeah, you have to have a margin account, and then you'll get it's like in Canada, you get unlimited. You're not limited to just three trades a week or whatever your rule is. We've never had it in Canada, so in other words, you can start doing this with less than $25,000 in your account. Okay, so the minimum will be 2K. Well, if you don't have 2K, then you shouldn't be doing any of this. So I think that that's reasonable. Yeah. So Obi just posted a link. They're talking about it in our internal Slack too. That's where I saw it. But it's got to pass your SEC, so hopefully that'll pass. And so you should have got a video also, Tim. Okay, you also should have got a video that Chris did explaining, some of the things about the money machine. But let me just show you. I mean, it's remember now, this is just in simulation mode, okay, and it's early, early, early. That's why it's called alpha. It's not even like a beta. moment. I'm going to find my Broker's Plus. Okay, there it is. You know, I get. You guys will not get this, but I'm getting this little message. So here's how you can your money machine settings. You click on that, and if you click on the strategy, there's a little drop down. You can pick whatever strategy you want. Excuse me, that's what I would do. Yes, there's a way in which you can bring in your own top list window and run it. But, you know, why complicate it? Here's today's Holly signals. And basically you just pick whatever one you want, okay, to run. You can control how many maximum positions you're going to be in at any time. You can pick your position size. So that's $5,000. That means saying, okay, every trade it'll take $5,000 worth. But you can control this. You can control the direction. You want to go long. You want to go short. That particular strategy. Okay, and then you just run it. Okay, once you've done this, make sure it's in. I'm sure it's just you probably say paper trading right there. I guess the only other thing you have to do is when you pick one, so upside pull, and then you save the profile. Okay, and then you start it. You start the money machine. What happens is on that top list window, it'll take I'm supposed to take maybe the top five that are in there and start to trade them. It'll take it in auto fashion, but just try it. I mean, just try it. It's only in simulation mode. The issue I would have with it for me is that you really should be managing the exit. So, and that's why I can't, unless I say one day, okay, I'm just going to do this. No, there's no. Yeah, well, when you say any plans, if you're talking about do we have a date when? No, this is in. This is definitely in. I mean, we've been waiting for this day for a long time, just to allow people in simulation mode to use it. Okay. Now the next step is, run it for a while. A while. I don't know how long a while is going to be. I don't mean you run it, but I mean internally. Make sure there are no bugs, and then at that point, we but again, I have no idea when that's going to happen. Well, I didn't want to say if, yeah. I mean, that's why we're taking it very slowly. Alpha, an alpha release in the simulator. Then we get a number of users using it. And also at noon, when I take off, I think Steve will be in our YouTube room. Yeah, I mean, the goal was to be able to just let it run automatically. Okay, exit trades automatically. Obviously, take the trades in auto fashion, exit the trades in auto fashion. That was the goal. But at least at this point, it's not reasonable to do it that way. You have to manage the exit. There's a stop in place. Okay, there is a stop, but the best use of it is to manage the exit. That's why it's unless I say, okay, I'm going to devote one day to doing it. And as Pepe says, you have to find a strategy that works, for you. I mean, yes, we have some pre-built ones that we're allowing people to try, but ultimately, you probably have to, create your own top list window and something that works for you, and then practice it using it in the simulator. So Funky, when you say what do I recommend, I don't know what you mean by that. Sorry, I'm just looking at your comment now. I don't rec. If you're asking me what I recommend what you should trade, I can't do that. Of course, you have to have a trading plan of your own, like your style. I mean, so many. There are lots of different. What I would recommend is you use our simulator at the very least. It doesn't have to be money machine, of course, but use our simulator and practice some trading with setups that you might like. Yeah, as I've said many times, I give the company full marks for trying to come up with something like this. It's been over a year. Is it like easy language? You mean the the programming? I don't know. If you're asking me how it's programmed, I have no idea, Z, if that's what you're asking me. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what it's programmed in. I have no idea. I don't I don't get involved in that at all. Okay, guys. Well, this is yeah. I mean, I haven't been able to do anything, unfortunately. But this is turning into maybe one of my more favorite days. The market little gap down in the market, and then a recovery. And this has been a recovery from since 10 o'clock. And what are we now? 10:43. So a 45-minute recovery so far. Well, Funky Fred, you're asking me, do we not give people recommend? So there are all sorts of different trading styles out there. Okay. So it depends on your trading style. I mean, we have, if you want, you can go to our toolbar. Click on, I don't know if you're a subscriber yet, but if you click on new from our toolbar and then dock channel bar, these are all theme-based channels. You can take a look at. All depends on your trading style. Okay, these are all theme-based channels and with different scans in them. So that's what a lot of people who start out, if they have no trade, if you don't have a trading style at all, well, you have to practice. Well, I mean, you're saying you want a trading style that works, not one that doesn't. Well, I could tell you, well, here's a trading style that works for me, but I have some experience trading, so I kind of have an idea about what I'm seeing on the market on a chart, and what works for me and getting out of in and out of trades for me may not be what you're seeing if you have no idea about what a chart is telling you. You have to have what I suggest. If you don't know what a chart is telling you, when I click on a symbol, the chart is telling me a story. Okay, it's telling me a little story, and that makes up my mind about whether or not I want to trade the stock or not. But if you click on a symbol, I could tell you this is something that works really well for me. But not every stock in here is going to be tradable. I mean, well, every stock is tradable, but it's not necessarily setting up for my trading style. I want to see them, but then I make up my mind if it's something I want to trade. So you really have to practice. If you have no trading experience whatsoever, what I suggest you would do is take a look on my home page. Whoops, not that. Trading's not easy, okay? I mean, there are no shortcuts to this. You have to have an idea about what the charts are trying to tell you. So if you click on my homepage link, I'm talking to Funky Fred in our YouTube room. You click on my homepage link, and if you scroll down a little bit, and you see the education section right here, and then scroll down a little bit more, back to basics. This is a series of videos for people who are new to trading. It'll give you at least an idea about, support and resistance. Okay. But again, we have all sorts of in that channel bar. There's all sorts of different things you can look at. I'm sharing some of my scans. Now, CNC is interesting to me. Why is it interesting to me? Well, it's underneath the whole number. It's a large cap losers. It has not participated in this market pop. Okay, so it might have news on its own. I don't know. When I look left, it's got some room. It's got about $1.30 to the next low, so it becomes something that I want to look at. Now, the relative volume is pretty. It's basically just trading normally. One, so it may not be dynamic enough. Okay, guys, I've taken this. This might be a little kind of a scalpy type short. I'm not going to. I don't know how dynamic it's going to be, and that's the CNC. Short anywhere close to the 34, I'll be out. Again, why would I do it? Because it has not participated in this market bounce, so it's kind of trading a little bit more on its own. I don't see any news on it, but it's a healthcare stock. Of course, healthcare is not XLV. Look at XLV. Yeah, I mean XLV. Look at this. I mean, this is the healthcare ETF. Look at this. What a day! What a day! I mean, this is more than the market. So, I'm in the right sector to short because this has not participated. Look at the difference. This is a 15-minute chart, but look at the difference. This is continuing down. The market is popped, but this sector is not. Now, it may not work. Okay, it may not work, but so does the money machine work with brokers in Canada? Well, here's the problem. I'm in Canada, Illyrio. Um, this is a question from our YouTube room. So for the money machine to work once it now in simulation mode, it doesn't matter, of course, but what you're talking about is if and when it becomes available to actually trade your account. I should really find out I don't think Alpaca is available in Canada. IB Interactive Brokers is available in Canada. The problem with it is that you cannot use the light version in Canada that is commission free. So you can use it using their, I guess, what they call their pro version, but then you're paying half a cent a share in commission. I mean, the money machine depends, I guess, on the strategy that you could be in and out of many stocks all day long. And if you have to pay commissions on, even if it's half a cent a share, it can really eat into your profit. So that's the problem in Canada. And even if alpaca is available in Canada, which I'm not sure it is, I should probably, you know what I'm going to do? Give me a moment. Okay, just give me a moment. I'm going to ask the question. Okay, I'm going to put myself on mute just for a second here.
Forms and other sources. Non-alpaca brokerage services are not available to individual residents of Canada. While Alpaca is working.
So there you go. Okay, I just asked Gemini if alpaca is available in Canada, and so right now it is not. I mean, maybe down the road it will be. So that's the challenge then for we Canadians trying to use the money machine because you really, really, I think have to have a commission-free broker because it depends how many trades you're going to be in and out of all day long, and obviously the commissions, even if it is only half a cent a share, will add up. Yeah, I saw those upgrades to TV this morning regarding Petgrade. I think there's some others. I think even, well, not even, but I think if I can find the other ones. Yeah, Wainwright. I don't. Wainwright's kind of a iffy one. I mean, when you say are they credible? Yeah, Wedbush. I mean, just because they're saying that doesn't mean it's going to happen. Of course. Okay. And also, you can't look at it like it's going to happen, even if it is credible, it doesn't mean it's going to happen today. This was for me personally. This was a great short pre-market. I don't often do that, but this was a great pre-market short for me. So, Ian, did you miss anything? Yep. I mean, obviously, with trade ideas, a lot is happening. So, well, shoot, I thought CNC looked like it was going to break down through 33.80, but I just, it's a little over where I shorted it. We give it a little bit more. I want to see something to curve up here. So that means that, the trend might be changing, but you got down to here. I thought, okay, maybe get into the 70s, but now these, obviously, if the market turns a bit, these could be used as bounce plays, especially if a lot of these move down. Well, probably too late now if they've moved with the market, but well, all that goes on in here, though, Ian, and of course, we're just talking about different stocks. I mean, between 12 and 1, I think Steve will be going over the money machine. So the money machine has been launched in simulation mode only, and only if you have a premium service. And I'm very sure. Okay, when you say well enough, I mean that's the whole thing. In I mean, I know there were some I'll call them strategies. That's what they're calling them. So there are some pre-configured strategies there, for people to try. Ultimately, though, if a person is going to use it, if and when it becomes available to use with your live account, it probably should be your own strategy. That you will test and get comfortable with. But again, this is day one. Okay, day one. All right, guys. Well, time is it now? Almost 11 o'clock. Oh yeah, I have that written down. QCTS. Thank you, Obi. That's right. Changed symbols today. QCTS. Yeah, I've got it written down. I completely forgot to even take a look at it though. So, or did I copy that symbol down wrong? QCLS. QCLS. Okay, so this is not an IPO, guys. If you're in the room yesterday, this company used to be, the symbol used to be TNFA. Okay, so it looks like it's an IPO, but I guess they did some kind of a merger, and so they're trading now under the symbol QCLS, ticker symbol from TNFA. Or maybe it wasn't a merger. That what they're trying to say is, you know what, we're not a bio anymore. It's a strategic shift into quantum class computing. So we couldn't make money as a bio, so now we're going to trade. Now we're going to try to create shareholder value as a quantum computing stock. See if it takes out the high of the day later. So well, you know what? I'm gonna have to check there. I mean, 26,000 in the float. Are you kidding me? Just give me a moment here. But we're getting our information from Dilution Tracker. Let me just. I wonder if they even have it in there in their database yet. Yeah, they haven't indexed this ticker yet. So I highly suspect there's only 26,000 in the float. I don't know where we're pulling that information from. I'm going to pass that on to the guys. So anyway, I would highly suspect that there's 26,000 in the float. That is crazy. I'm just not sure where we're getting that info. I would, if I type in TGNA, so we had the float yesterday at 159 million. Anyway, not going to worry about it too much. Just to automate it, Shady. I don't. Oh, wait a minute. TNFA. Sorry, TNFA. Yeah, 1.7. So it's probably 1.77 million. Just the automation of it, Shady. That's all. All right, guys. I am going to now. Yeah, QLGN is on the move. You're absolutely right. Is on the move. Ton of room looking left. Ton of room. 881. Next guy looking left. Wow, I missed this one completely from our AI. This is the crazy one that will not move over unless it's the only one that I can see that will not move over to the right-hand side. KOD, so this was an alert at 1753, 1893 now, missed it completely. Yeah, you can auto trade your own strategy, yes, but if you want to, but that's an alert window, okay? I mean, it's a little different, Shady. It's just a different concept. of because an alert window, you can auto trade your own strategy in an alert window. You get an alert, it trades it. Okay. With the idea behind the money machine, it's taking the top five in a list and automatically taking, or three, however you want to control it, and then getting in and out of trades all day long. So it's a different concept. That's all. It's not for you. It's probably not for me. But for those of you who don't want to have, though, you really have to have an idea about when you're going to get out of the trade. I mean, ultimately, it'd be wonderful if they can make it work so you can automatically exit, not just with a stop. Okay, VNet, this could be interesting. Over the whole number, a little bit of chase mode here, though. Unfortunately, I wish it would. If it holds over 11, I love the fact it's over a whole number. Let's take a look at it on a weekly chart. Can't see anything. Take a look at it on a monthly chart, and the next high looking left is 1321. Let's see if it's going to get there, but at least it's over that whole number. Oh, I see. There is a webinar. Okay, I didn't realize that. I see what you're talking about. There's a webinar on right now that Chris is hosting. I'll put the link in if you want to head over and listen to Chris. Well, it's not the same, Shady, because cannot do in auto trading with a strategy, an alert window. It doesn't work the same at all because it's not looking at three or four of the top stocks in a top list window, or it's not doing that and taking those automatically. You cannot do that in auto trading with a auto trading your own strategy. So it is different. Here we go. So this is I guess it's a Zoom. Okay, so here is, in case you guys want to join Chris, because he's talking about the money machine right now, okay, in a Zoom meeting. Zoom. Haven't said Zoom in a while. Here, guys, a little move on the VNet now. And I'm sure that came in the email that you got, everybody got regarding the money machine and the new the alpha download and also the Zoom meeting. OPAD, I think OPAD is on the move. I know it's been on the move all day. It's up 11%. Now, on a monthly chart, has room. On a weekly chart, not as much. Well, I'm not. That's not entirely correct. Yeah. So on a daily chart, you can see the next high. Well, it doesn't really have that much room if you're not in it yet. Okay, because $5 is the next high. Okay, guys, I'm just waiting on hopefully another little pop for VNet. Would have been wonderful to get into this one way down here. Look at the wave, riding the wave, trade wave. And part of the standard service, guys, the wave is part of the standard service. Anybody interested in it, I can show you how you can get it displayed on your chart. My guess is a lot of these that have bounced. Not really. No, Fly really hasn't bounced at all. How about GIS? No, not at all. I've not been following the market. How about Infi? Not really. Most of these are still, near the lows. I mean, they have not followed they did not follow that market bounce. So look what happened here, guys. Yes. Okay. Let me put another price alert. So look at the SPY. If you look at the 5-minute chart on the SPY, you can see what happened. Twice it tried to pierce the VWAP, that purple line, but so far anyway, that is acting as support. PLTS. Okay, Cap me in our YouTube room. Again, I reiterate, look at the IoT that I was short on earlier. And had I said, you know what, I was short underneath that 36 level. And I said I would get out if it got close to 36 again. You can't even see it here, right? Probably here. Had the little move down, had a lot of room looking left, looked good to me. I've not participated in the market bounce at all, but got out with a manageable loss. And look what it did since then. So important money management. Have a stop, get out. You can always get back into a trade. Well, I have not really had a lot of luck shorting these large cappers today. A couple of, let's say, small losses on the IoT and the CNC. I mean, this one looks, to me again, kind of interesting. There's, about 15, 60 odd cents, 65 cents or so to the next low. And it has not participated in this market bounce at all, GIS. You know what's on the move, guys, is LAC, LAC. I mean, it's been on the move. Saw it earlier today when it took out yesterday's high, and it's just been ripping. This is a classic alpha stock, really not caring what the overall market is doing. Okay, guys, this is a short I took yesterday that worked out quite nicely for me. The KVUE, the Tylenol stock, and it is now again below yesterday's low, 1653. Ton of volume, 2.2 times normal. Big float, 1.9 million, a billion with a B in the float. Give me a moment, guys. All right, VNet, come on. Yeah, this is now giving me a little bit more than I expected. Let's put a price alert up in the 40s. I think I had some room when we looked at the monthly chart where I was saying it. Take a look at it on a monthly chart. Yeah, I had this room. I'm not again. I said I'm not saying it's going to get there, but had a ton of room on the monthly chart. And it's just following the wave, guys. It's following this wave up on the 2-minute chart. See how it has not had a lot of jumpiness in it. No giant candles, either up or down. Don't want the well. Okay, if you're in a stock, of course, yeah, it's nice to see a big jump up, but then what starts to happen, it's probably harder to keep in the trade because you have to expect people are going to take some profit if a stock all of a sudden has a big parabolic jump up. Okay, well, we got into the 1140s. Okay, you know what? Now this is what I'm going to do. So I just took some off. Okay, no real reason other than now I can hold on as long as that wave doesn't turn orange on me. Don't mind taking a little bit off. You know, guys, you might want to look at Cure, Qure. It's just at a very psychological level right now, just underneath $50. Now, remember, this got all the way down earlier in the day, got all the way down to about 47. Hard for me to see that. Uh, Let me get the daily chart up. So this got down to 46.49. Okay. Big news yesterday. It moved down, but then it really soared. But $50, such a, in my opinion, a very psychological number. You can see VNet won 6 races. This is what really drew my attention. A socket has won 6 races or multiple races. You have to pay attention. Well, in my opinion, you should pay attention to it. Have any news? Oh, I see. So it did actually have some news too. VNet orders set to benefit from Alibaba's AI spending. Okay. I didn't even see that. Now there is the resistance showing up, okay? Because the chart now is high enough Okay, so that R line, if you guys put VNet, for instance, on a 2-minute chart, you should see a red line or a purplish line. And what that refers to, if I maybe take a weekly chart, no, I've got to go to a monthly chart. Someday in this month, there'd be a high. Well, market looking weak again. Could be. I mean, there's the challenge of the VWAP again for the market right there. That red line, purple line. Ride the wave. Now, there is that little, well, whether it's resistance or not, someday in this month, which is what month? This is March of this year. Someday in that month, there was a high and that's what that red line is. Sorry, that's what the red line is looking at. Purple line. So with that in mind, I'm going to take some more off. I don't have very much left. Okay, I don't have very much of the VNet left. With that in mind, doesn't mean it's going to stop there, of course, but okay, Shady and Moderna. There's mRNA making lows here. So you see how that little resistance area, so far anyway, for VNet has stalled it. Again, I don't have very much left. Look at the volume that came in also. Look at the volume that came in right there, guys. Right at that resistance area. It's the biggest volume. Well, in 2 minutes anyway. Look, yeah, on 15, that's the biggest volume bar of the day. Right at that 1150 mark. Now, it may pop through, but the trend is still strong. It hasn't turned to an orange. That's what I'm talking about, guys. Remember, orange weak, blue strong. Well, here's one for you, Shady, if you're listening. I'm sorry, not Shady. Not Shady. I meant Pepe. I mean, you can listen too, but I'm, for Pepe. Just weirdness going on with, Pepe not may not be here. Well, guys, VNet is I mean, I don't have very much left, but VNet may do it. You heard your name, yes. Not in vain. Um, okay, guys, so this is not an IPO, not an IPO, okay? Symbol name change from, what, TGNA or something. So, look what happens. It's the only one that I can see doing this. I click on Kodiak, okay, KOD, and it will not move over to the right-hand side, and it's got nothing to do with the padding, okay? It's the only one that does that. In order for it to move over, I have to scroll both on the 50. It's the only one that does that. I thought it might have been maybe it was AIs that did that, but no, something from our AI, but no, Kodiak is there. So why does it do that? I could do that, but why? You're right. I can do that. Let's see if that works. If that has any bearing on it, and it does. But why? I wonder why. Because they're all. 'Cause this is the only symbol all day long that is doing that. I mean, it's not a big deal because remember I was, complaining earlier that, "Oh, man, what's happened to the charts?" But, it's the only symbol. I don't know if it's, like duct tape, but it's a miracle. Thermal paste is a miracle as far as I'm concerned. Alright, guys, it's 11:35, so in about 25 minutes, I'm going to be taking my break. Steve Gomez, I think it's gonna be Steve. Let me just confirm that, and I'm sure he's gonna go over the money machine. Marvel Hyatt. Doesn't Marvel have an ETF also? CFO buys 3,400 shares at 78.03, so a little bit below the current price. So, is that what you're talking about? And another guy, the CEO and the president. So this is another guy buying shares. Not the price is not disclosed there, but the CFO. This is the CFO buying shares. Now look at Marvel. It is not moving over either. Wonder why. Now, MRVL, I want to see, there has to be, so if you want to go long, if you think Marvel is going to keep moving higher, this is weird. This is very weird to me. So anyway, if you think Marvel is going to keep going higher, this is how you can get two times the move. That's how you do it. But I mean, that is now is Marvel. I don't think Marvel has a short. What if all the shorts were yanked? I'm not seeing too many shorts. I know Nvidia will still have one, and short meaning how you can, if you thought the stock was moving down, how you can buy the short ETF. Speaking of Webull, somebody mentioned Webull earlier. Yeah, Webull. No, actually, they were talking Wedbush, sorry. But Webull, so having a pretty decent day. Rosenblatt starts Webull, so shares are cheaper. Well, kind of a weird headline. Yes, they are cheaper than Robinhood. I think I know his inference is that, okay, Robinhood had the huge run, of course. So if you're looking maybe to buy something, other brokerage, maybe just starting out, maybe buy Bull because it's cheaper. I guess that's what the inference is. Let's see if you put a price range. Target of 19. So that's where we go. Again, doesn't mean it's going to get there. Now, it may get there, but also these are not, day trades as such, because when you see that, doesn't mean they're saying, well, it's going to get to 19 today. And it may never get to 19. This is just an opinion, of course. So that didn't make really any difference. Um, Pepe, because I did take it off, and you see what's happening. Yeah, I took off the alerts, but it didn't really make any difference. It seemed to, but it didn't. So craziness. I don't. I mean, it's so few stocks. I'm not going to worry about it, but kind of weird that it happens. All right, guys. Well, as I head into my break, I don't know what I'm going to do with VNet. I'm going to be still sitting here more than likely, so I'm not going to be moving away from the monitor, so I can still kind of keep an eye on this one as it keeps riding the wave. Look at the volume that came in. It's funny because the volume he did come in, but it's not like it wrecked the trade. So I really haven't paid very much attention to any of these volatile ones today, other than the PEP-G early and the, wow, look at VNet now. Sorry, guys. So we're getting, I mean, we're getting into really, and I know the next high is way up here, 13. Not, no way it's getting there, right? But look at the ride the wave. So people ask me, how do I use the wave? I mean, I don't care that much about the buy or sell flags. What I care about is if I get into a trade and it happens that, the trade, and I see the wave is moving higher, but that's not necessarily what's getting me into the trade. But what's keeping me in the trade is riding this wave. Yes, I've taken some off, but it's keeping me in the trade. Whereas 100%, I would have been all out of the trade right here, on that little downturn, 100%, without kind of seeing this. Well, it's interesting too, because again, market rallying again, getting into the VWAP area and holding again. I know it pierced it just briefly, but it actually closed above the VWAP or right at the VWAP. They tried it again. It closed up here, and now it's marching higher again. The V market. So what I'm going to look for in the afternoon is one of these high flyers that maybe has settled down for a big chunk of the day. It starts to move again, and that'll come from this list here more than likely. Is that for me, John, or somebody else going short or long? It'll always be going long. I mean, I'm thinking of things that were sort of rested. Yeah, in the afternoon. Yeah. See if we had any one of these high flyers, these volatile stocks that have kind of rested for a while, and then maybe the enthusiasm comes back sometime in the afternoon. I mean, I've got way more out of this VNet than I thought I would. 'Cause I felt like I was sort of chasing it a bit, just over that 11 mark. 11, it was 11, 11.19. So that's what I don't want to see. I don't want to see a big bar way above the wave. The reason being for me is that for me, people who are in here, if it has any weakness at all, they may start taking some profit on that. I mean, that's just where I'm looking at it. I'd much rather see something like VNet that is just, a nice narrow wave up, 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 up. Now, eventually it's going to turn, I guess. Not I guess. I mean, nothing is going to keep going up forever, but ride the wave. All All right, 11:47. So I just want to confirm it's going to be Steve. Okay, so Steve is going to be taking over for me in our YouTube room. He's also going to drop the Zoom link in that room too. Perfect circle. So the question in our YouTube room, what was the name of that website that shows upcoming IPO information, etc.? I'll just give you the link, okay? It's a great site. It went down for about a week or something. I don't know what happened. It went down. Put it in here too. This is what I use. IPO Scoop. But when you click on it, so you want to find these are the ones that have already happened, of course. But if you click on the IPO calendar, you can see what's upcoming. I mean, this could be interesting. Megan Holdings. I'm sure it's probably where they out of. So it's Singapore or Malaysia. Okay, so it's not U.S. based. So those are the ones that can be interesting. Yeah, I don't care. Yeah, I see what you're putting. For me, the SPACs are not interesting, but certainly the MGN could be interesting. There's a big one coming next week. Insurance company, Morgan Stanley, J.P. Morgan, a bunch of big guys in this one. But you know what? So far, I haven't seen a big guy. What I am going to do though is I will put an alert. Now, first of all, has it been priced? Yeah, it's supposed to come out tomorrow. So MGN. So this is what I do. Instead of I'm going to put in MGN here. MGN obviously has not started to trade. So I right click, go back to my monthly chart or daily chart. Doesn't matter. I'm going to right click. I'm going to create the price alert. Obviously, going to open over $1. And then the 1.3 million shares. My shorthand. I know what I'm at $4. Okay, it says 4 to 6. This, I'll put, but I'm sure it's going to be 4. Then also Malaysia. So I know it's not a U.S. stock. So when it starts trading tomorrow, I'm going to know about it, and I much prefer when it starts trading. I'll know exactly what the structure is. Only 1.3 million shares. I'll have an idea what it was supposed to come out at, what the IP, and I know that it's not U.S. Those are the ones that can get really crazy. Yeah, nice, definitely a nice shout out by William on the Marvel on that news insider buying. I always look at insider buying as being way more important than selling, unless it's a wave of insider selling. You get some guy selling a bunch of shares. It could be for a whole bunch of different reasons. New house, kids through college, and if you still have that person still has a lot of shares left. But when you get insider buying, they're basically putting their money where their mouth is, and especially if it's a whole bunch of it. That's my take on it anyway. Exactly, William. That's why I don't. Yeah, unless it's a whole series of the C-suiters selling their shares. Well, Chris was. I don't know how long he's going to keep doing this. He's doing a Zoom link or money market, money machine kind of call it a webinar using Zoom. Okay, right. So that means I guess you guys can ask questions. Well, obviously you can ask questions, but no, no audio. No, I was thinking you could break in with the audio, but no, because I don't think so. But Steve, when he takes over from me in the YouTube room, he's also going to put that Zoom link in. So I don't know if it was meant to go for a couple of hours or how long. All right, guys. So in about 5 minutes, I'm taking off. Not for the day, just for the hour, 12 to 1. Steve will take over for me in our YouTube room. Well, I mean, the money machine, of course, it's very different from the AI. I mean, it could be. I mean, if you want to term it an improved version, well, improved version of. You know what the concept is, right? You have a. We'll call it a strategy. We haven't called top list strategies before, but it just automatically takes the top 3 or 5, depending on how many you want to hold at the same time, and automatically takes them, and you're in the trade. Ideally, you have to manage your exits, though. So I don't want to call it an improved version of Brokerage Plus. I mean, it's just it's a different concept completely. You should head over to the. I can't do it because I'd either have to devote a day to it because it really requires that you manage the exits on your own. So you could be in many trades over the course of the day and exiting, buying, selling. I'd have to, and I don't do that. So I keep getting this error message. So ideally, what would happen is in the money machine settings is you can try using these and just to see how it works. Okay, these are some canned ones that we've got. I'm sure that Steve is going to go over one of them. I think he probably uses upside pullback pickup. I don't know. He'll have one, but ultimately, you would create your own strategy and then run it to see how it works. You can control how many positions you're in at the same time, what your position size is. That's fine. In this particular case, you're committing $5,000 per trade, but you can control all this. You control whether you're long or short. And then you just let it run. So and when you say it's an improved version of Brokerage Plus, I mean, it's just something else you can do within Brokerage Plus. I mean, people who have used Brokerage Plus in the past are using it just to, normally trade, connecting it to an account, E-Trade, Interactive Brokers, or I guess Alpaca, and then they can trade using it. This is just taking it, I don't know if you want to call it an improved version of, it's just a different way of using it. All right, guys, 11:58. I better get my announcement in. So here's the link to get into YouTube, and I would recommend people go over there because I'm sure Steve is going to demonstrate what he's using. Okay, so there's the link to get into YouTube. He's not there yet, so don't go yet. Just give me a moment, guys. I got to find my. There you are. Okay, I just heard a little pop, so I think Steve is in the room. Just give me a moment, Steve. Okay, guys, I think Steve just showed up in our YouTube room. Okay, it is noon. He'll be there till about 12:55. So I'm going to put myself on mute in the main room, and we'll see you guys in about an hour. And now I'm hoping that you can hear me, Steve.
Yep. Can you hear me?
The answer is yes. Okay, so I've told him that you will probably be demonstrating the market, the money machine,
Yeah.
whatever strategy you're using.
Yeah. I haven't even turned it on yet, but I'm going to live. So
Okay.
by reason, I'll explain why. But yeah.
Sure.
Can't figure out why this tree map won't work for me. This is weird. I've got data, but I go to the tree map and it's blank.
In your top list window, it won't turn it on?
It won't. Yeah, it won't change from the
display it?
open. Yeah, I can't get anything to display in here. It's really weird. All morning it's been white. And I'm
And
not
is
sure
that
why.
in the is that in the money machine that you're
No,
you're
no, it's not. It has
Just
nothing
general.
to do with it. It's just one of my main.
Just general.
Yeah, it's just bugging me.
Well, yeah, because I mean, I know you can't see my screen, but I'm running 3 races right now, all based on, of course, the top list, and I have no problem. I see now, but you've got data. You've got data.
Right,
in
that's
your
what's
top list
crazy.
window.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
yeah.
what's weird. So
Hmm.
change from the close. If I configure, I'm sorry, show tree map there. I don't get it. I mean, maybe if I relaunch the software, or I don't know.
Maybe.
Reset connection.
Yeah. So
It's
do
just
you
bugging
even
me.
get the option that says show tree map? You see, I can't see your
Yeah,
screen.
yeah, I do, and I get the top
Okay.
list. So I'm just gonna leave the top list up, which is weird, but it's
Yeah.
not doing the way I want it to do.
Mhm.
I'll have to
All
mess
right.
around with that. Anyway,
Okay, so I know you've got to take off probably about 5 2, so I'll be back in about 55 minutes
yeah,
for you.
sounds good.
Okay.
All right, all right, all right. Hello, everybody. Welcome to my manic screen. Boy, this morning was manic. I came long a couple of things. I got kind of whacked overnight in this SYM. I was buying it off the 10 SMA and thought I had a really good close yesterday. And then I just puked it up on the open and I'm just whatever. So I'm kind of coming back from that one. I don't have a whole lot going on. I did also bring home some Mind Med, which is starting to work for me, which is nice. But other than that, not too much. Oh, lastly, and yes, Patrick, silver's going out of its mind this morning. So notice this AG got a really nice move. I was playing it down here and sold it too early. Notice the fact that this thing has just got a lot of pent up energy and can go. So it's showing me its personality. It's possible this thing can really move. Look for a nice pullback, which we got only 2 days, but I'm noticing it is just scared to death of filling this gap. It's scared to death of this rising blue, we call it 5-day moving average. And that's another sign of strength. If I look at the price action itself, it seems like somebody was really defending that 1138. So I bought some AG on the open because SLV is just going bonkers. Silver's making its move finally. Good morning, Patrick. Good morning, 3 Sharp. Okay, so two reasons I didn't turn on the money machine today, which is kind of the story of the day. We already been getting some good feedback too, which is really nice. Saw from somebody. So let me go in. I'm going to pull up my Brokerage Plus. This is the easiest way to do it. Here we go. I've already logged in. Trade Ideas Paper Trading, the main one. Money Machine is open. Now, 2 reasons I didn't turn this on earlier. One, I wanted to wait until now, but 2, more importantly, the volatility of today was just insanity. I've been testing my little favorite 130, the pullback to the 5-day moving average. As I was just discussing, AG can't even pull back to it. But if it did, or silver, and pulled back to it, it would likely show up on this top list. And I'm not using the trade wave. I'm using just the regular entries. If something makes a new low into that 5-day moving average, I'll take that particular strategy. So I don't even know what's going to happen. I'm just going to go ahead and save that. And the point being is now that the market has settled a little bit, we've really settled down. There's maybe a bid holding in this market. This is a good time to find the individual stocks. And again, this setting that I'm testing is not designed for volatility. It's not designed for the open. It's not designed for momentum. It's designed to just be slow and contrarian and kind of take them one at a time. So we're going to click on start and we've got some trades. Not sure why that one came in. They've all popped up to their 5-day moving average. And that's different than I was expecting. This is what I'm looking for right here, this pullback in gold, GDX. I need to figure out why those don't look the way I want them to. Regardless, I'm in them. So first one, I'm just going to tidy up, keep the stock pretty close, and then set my alert. Looking at the daily, this thing could go higher. So all I've been doing is just quietly creating nice little risk reward opportunities. That one. And this one came down and through, but then it came back up through it. So that's why it triggered. That's okay. I don't mind that. It's challenging the 5-day moving average. Let's tidy up our stop and give ourselves a target. Risking 28 to make 74. And the third one that we've got here is going to be SOX. No, we already did that one. Did we do all 3 of them already? No, we forgot to do GDX. Okay, so we're going to tidy up GDX here. Really nice and tight under that prior wick. This is one that I think we can get some squeeze out of. Really nice looking chart. I think if I push it all the way back up here, we're going to risk 31 to try and make let's call it 150, just right there, the tops of those little tabletops right there. That's a really good risk reward. So of all the 3 that just popped in here, GDX is the one that I'm really programming and looking to trade. And again, I didn't turn this strategy on. If I had turned this strategy on the open, I would have just gotten blasted and blown out. And it's a really important concept. It's going to be the same for everybody. This is why we're in sim season, simulation mode, because We need to find out what's the best time of day to deploy my favorite strategies. What's the type of market this really works in? And then individually, granularly, looking down, those setups that pull back to the GDX, they work the best. But, the ones that come up back through the 5-day moving average, maybe they don't work as well. So, you can start to individually give them a little bit more wiggle room than you might give others just based on the setup. So the money machine will bring you the entry, but the setup is always going to look a little subjective, and you're going to want to kind of nuance it the way you would nuance one of your own trades. Okay, we just had a new one pop in. Might be a little spready here at 26. All right, so let's zoom in. Not bad. I kind of like it. Big spike, second spike. It's going to hold. So we'll go ahead and I'll probably leave. That's a pretty agreed to. Only a $60, $64 stop. Pop in our target. Oh, look at that. We got a pretty good risk reward here. Risk 64 to make 170. I think we might be able to get that. And we got one more that just popped in, I think. Is it GE? No, we did that one. Which one is it? Soxol. Okay, another biotech ETF. We could, again, this is something anybody can do. I don't have ETFs turned off on here. I could turn them off, but I don't necessarily want to. I don't mind trading ETFs. Tighten that stop. Knock out that, pop out that target. And so we've got some risk rewards here on the play, and we're just going to let those marinate. And that's all I have been doing, guys, with the money machine. And I'm simulating the bare minimum, which is a really interesting point here I'll get to. Currently, the bare minimum for somebody in the U.S., $25,000 is what you need to pop in and out of trades throughout the day. That's called the pattern day trading rule. If you're not familiar with it, go ahead and look it up. However, today, FINRA just said they're fine with giving up the pattern day trading regulation and letting brokerages determine what the basic minimums are, which is a great thing because, this was a major obstacle to people who might be good at trading, but they only have a $5,000 account, and let them risk what they want. We don't need to be a nanny state and control people for their quote unquote own good. If anything, it's probably benefiting Wall Street to not let those people in, but that could be changing soon. So keep an eye out on the headlines. If the SEC comes in and says that they're willing to change the pattern day trading rule, then that's going to open up this money machine to even more people. And that's a good thing. So, all right, 3 sharp. A few stocks pulled back below your alert. Affirm. Okay, so really nice resting on the 50. Intraday, though, you can see how it got hung up at the declining momentum. Just hammered all day yesterday by the declining 10. Gets ahead of itself. Almost when these things gap up, you got to ask yourself, do I want to take my money and run right here? And it's a tough one because if it keeps going, you're upset. If it rolls back over, you're also upset. So maybe sell half, but under 80, you're in at 79.10. Okay, so you're almost back to flat here. You need these candles. You need this candle to close above. So where are we? We got 5 minutes to go. And I want to see this candle wick back up and put a bottoming tail, just like it's trying. And at the end of this 15-minute period, a quarter after, if you can survive a close not below this, if your close can be above that line, that's my rule. And, if you don't kind of have a rule or a model or a guideline, you're just going to be, guessing. And I like to at least kind of go back on my wisdom over the years and say, more often than not, I'm actually glad that I take, regardless of what the stock is, if I'm concerned about the position, the very first closing candle under that 10 SMA, if I just use that as my signal to get out and then look away and go find something else to do, I'm usually pretty happy with that decision. So same goes for me in the mornings. It's been a while, but I learned early on market stops, good till canceled market stops on the open, they're going to get you. And as hard as it is to sit through that opening downdraft, you're often better off than not just looking away and not looking at your P&L and telling yourself, I'm going to wait till the top of the hour before I decide what to do with this. And then at the top of the hour, you can mark the low that was established in that chaotic open, which is no fun. But But more often than not, I learned if I give up my shares, I'm usually going to regret it. You're not looking for a quick turn, plan to hold for a while. Okay, so then let's switch to the daily. Thank you for clarifying that to the daily. You basically want to see the same rule apply to the 50-day moving average. So over here, you want to stay pretty much above the low of the day. And if you can do that, you're going to hold this. So think of all the people that bought up here at 100. They may have just coughed up their shares. This one last gap was enough for them to say enough. And since you told me you're a swing trader, that makes all the difference in the world. Forget what I was talking about here. You're not exiting for a loss or for a profit. You're trying to just hold the line on the daily chart. So this is just kind of superficial for the moment. You want to take this trade into the end of the day and say, what does it look like at the end of the day? I'm going to do a video. I mentioned it 2 days ago on like how my style of trading has changed for the better the minute, the day, the month they got rid of the T+3 regulation, which again was another regulation they just knocked aside. And that freed up a whole new style of trading for me, to where a couple things. I was thinking about this morning too. Sometimes I run out of money, and that's usually a good thing. That way I don't, because I'll tell you what, it's been a good run, really good run the last year and a half. And I found myself in the last few weeks being very complacent. Yeah, I'll take that. Yeah, I'll add to that. I don't mind adding to that. And eventually that's usually the turning point when you start to become complacent and get a little more aggressive than you normally do. And I noticed that about myself lately. Half this game is recognizing yourself, your own patterns. And so I think it's a good thing sometimes where I expend all my 401k cash in the morning. I don't have margin. I can't get that money back. And so literally, it's almost like the 3 genie wish. You come in, you got a certain amount of cash. It's like, okay, you got 3 wishes. Are you going to blow them all in the first 30 minutes? Probably not. I'm going to try and wait as long as I can and really be selective. So that mentality, in addition to the T+1, meaning at the end of the day, I'm like, I don't like this one and I don't like this one. But in the past, I'd be like, if I sell it here, I got to wait 3 days before I get that money back. And if it turns, I'm going to be pissed. And when they went to T+1, I'm like, oh, look at all that cash I can recycle overnight and bring that back in. And that just is a great mentality. You're constantly watering your plant with fresh water. Your garden is constantly being fed and with fresh water. You're not getting stubborn and sitting in positions that don't work. And more importantly, you don't have the buying power. So being able to juggle that buying power, because the T+1 shift has made all the difference in the world for my trading in this account for my style. And I have a job here. I've got responsibilities and meetings and emails and chats. I don't have the ability to sit and day trade. Jamie, who used to be here, all of a sudden he found a really, really nice niche of trading. However, it requires him to be focused for 6.5 hours on about 7 or 8 different stocks. If he gets up and walks away, he might miss an opportunity. So that's different. It works very well for him, but that's not what I can do. All right, we're good. So as you can see, this pullback to the 130 in the money machine, if anything, it keeps you out of trouble. I'll tell you that. And I think if you just get patient, I've noticed that if I just let them sit and let them work, the entries usually kind of help take care of themselves. That one's already set. Okay, good. All right. Why is this tree map empty? It's maybe sorting on relative volume. Maybe that's it. Change from the open. Okay. Nope, I didn't do it. It's just really weird. All right. How does Jamie trade these days? Okay, so yeah, that's it. He was scalping. What he's doing is he's playing extremely thick stocks. I think Lloyd's of London. I can't remember. Lloyd's of London. Lloyd's Banking, LYG, is this one of them? Yeah, this is going to be one of them right here. So this is a big stock. You can see it trades between 440 and it went as low as 437. Well, that's a 3-cent move, but in Jamie's world, he's playing these stocks because there's a reason. There's so many market makers. It's like a brick wall. Each penny is a giant brick wall. And as you can imagine, playing something like that versus something like Nibius that runs all over the place, Lloyd's Group kind of tips its hand. So traders who have access to all the books and all the levels, you start to visually see a flicker, and then you just realize, oh, here we go. We're going to make a run at the next penny. And they just pile in thousands of shares and they try to get price improvement. So you might buy at 349.1 and flip it at 349.9. And it works at the end of the day, end of the week, end of the month. But as you can imagine, that doesn't leave much mental capacity. I liken it to, it's like flying an airplane on an instrument approach in the rain. You're just watching your dials the whole time. If you don't, you're going to miss out. So, and to me, I'll tell you what, that's probably a pretty good style. And we're going to maybe explore it at Trade Ideas when the time is right. Bring him on and let him talk about what he's doing and maybe what we can do to offer that for people. But that's kind of a gaming, man. Jamie is a gamer, was a gamer, still is. That's the gamer's mentality to trading. And that might be a way in which younger people really want to tune into something like that because they're fast twitch game. They got it. Not going to get anything past them. So, there's so many different ways to approach a market. There's so many, it's like an ecosystem. You got your apex predators, you got your buzzards, you've got your microbes cleaning up in the end. That's what Jamie's calling a microbe fungi network, cleaning up the 10th of the pennies over there. And then you've got your apex predators and carnivores and herbivores and omnivores and all sorts of different layers to the forest, which is the market. So he also used to like Deutsche Bank, yeah. A lot of foreign ADRs because they're compressed. I think they play a lot of compression to the small range. It's not going to get out of hand. Have to have a very developed skill. Yeah, you're only going to figure out how to do it by practicing. Once you've seen that little hiccup in the level 2 start to jumble around, you realize, oh, it's on. It's like your cat getting ready to barf. You know it's coming. All right, let's look at a couple things that I might be interested in. No, I'm not really doing anything. Med pullback. What's the market doing in general? Just right back to where we spent all morning getting right back to pretty much where we were yesterday. Yeah, the hardest part about swing trading is that overnight risk, like we just saw last night. I thought I had a really good entry, and that's okay. I'm not going to fault myself for it. I thought I had a pretty darn good entry of a stock that took off 3 steps forward and 2.8 steps back right at the 10 SMA. I'll take that every day of the week. But if you want my opinion, we got kind of rug pulled this morning even more because the economy, the GDP is doing so well. Now what? Now you cut rates and it kind of jumbled the rate cut thing, expectation thing. Threw kind of a monkey wrench in that. See all this red? When I see all this red here, this is like probably the most tuned in I get to my indicators is, oh, we must be having a little pullback in the market. We usually are. It's just a high low of the S&P and a high low of my stocks I'm interested in, which are basically these. The dung beetles, yeah. The scavengers. I am going to restart and wonder if the restart affects this tree map for whatever reason. I don't know why. That's really bugging me. Yeah, I looked at bull earlier. I passed on a lot of things this morning. I'm just not in a buying mood. If you guys remember me on Tuesday, I told you I don't feel like we're going to push much higher without a pullback, and we kind of got the beginnings of that today. Maybe that's it. I don't know, but I know I dodged a bullet by not taking home a lot of risk in the last few days because I was talking to you guys back here on this day, and we were just getting really, look at that, 667 in the spies. And right about here, I said, now don't get me wrong, I've made a few stabs and tried to do a few things, and they haven't really worked that well. So it basically just says, all right, hands off. Market's not really doing what you thought. Or if it is, it's oh my gosh, AG, it's really volatile right now. And that's usually what happens near the top of a market, the volatility. You get the bears push, and then the bulls push, and the bears push back and forth before there's a decision. But I just don't have much risk on. Kind of thought that AG would do better. Jeez, probably a day early. Probably stay with that one because I might regret it. Yeah, the old biotechs, the Tim Sykes stuff. You're either going long, you're fading it and going short. Those are tough to play. And you get the pre-market news, they gap up, and then if you hold them for a day or two, and then they drop a secondary on you. For that reason, the biotechs were probably one of the first entries into my shit list log. Things that I just don't want to play anymore. Hello. Yes, newbie question. Is there a part of the online education that deals with the Momo channel? No, but I can try and take a look at it, see if we can figure something out. We'll start with the docked channel bar. Now, when you say the Momo channel, do you have a specific name that you were looking at that I can open up here by name so I know which one you might be looking at? And then what I can do is I can break down what the scan was looking for. And I'm using what was called the docked channel bar, not the regular channel bar. The regular channel bar will keep replacing your basic layout. So I like to use the docked one. Okay, so let's do this. So let me find it. Okay, it's kind of goofy. I mentioned there's two different channel bars. I'm gonna bring you to the one that I just said I don't like. So if we go new channel bar over here, I'm going to show you something. I have no problem just opening this up because you're a new user. So we're going to go, very important. You might not have noticed, but at the bottom of this channel, we've got a show more button. So I click that show more. And there's going to be one called the Trader's Vault with a key on it. This is kind of a legacy layout that we've done years ago where myself and Andy and Jamie and Michael and other traders put in some of their favorite scans. That's why it's called the Trader's Vault. So if I click on it, everything's going to disappear like I told you. But what we get is a pretty good palette of ideas here. And this is where I want to direct you to. All right, so this is step one. A lot of stuff going on here because there's a lot of windows, but this isn't necessarily meant to be used as your main layout. What I'm going to show you, Tim, is when you go through some of these, like for instance, a couple that I like, extreme high-low volume. You might like those. Pull this up real quick. PEP-G is currently in there. Look at that. You can pull that up on your screen. CTVA was there on the downside. So those are the last two entries to come through. When you open trade ideas, you'll see the last 2 entries. But what you might want to do, Tim, is say, okay, well, let me look at the history of what has this thing been showing me all day. So just go, all, whatever. You can look at the history. Okay, FTK was coming through earlier. Looks like it failed. That's step 1. All right, so I'm going to go back to history, back to real time, and you'll see the last 2. And then what I would do is I would just right-click and go to strategies. This is a multi-strategy, so there's kind of a layered menu here. On the extreme volume to the upside, we highlight this menu. Whenever you get to a configure, this is kind of where all the nuts and bolts reside, so you can really see what we're scanning for. The easiest way is to just go to a summary. And the summary will just basically tell you all of these things. And if you wanted to look at them or change them, you can go to the filters. You can see there's a lot of filters in here. And what type of event, it's a new high. So that's the second thing. Now let's say you find one of these scans that you like as you've gone through all of these. Turbo breakup, turbo breakdown, that's another type of a momentum play. Here's one called Momo. Let's look at this one. Straight up configure because it's just a single stock. PEPG came through. CMRE came through. The most recent one right there, CMRE. Okay, so let's assume you like this one called Momo. Here's what you want to do, and this is how you draw from the palette that this is and insert it into your library cloud so you can pull it up in another layout or another configuration and use it individually. All you got to do is just go right click and there's our cloud icon. You just say save to cloud and there's the name, and the name populates for you and you just go great, save. And with that, you'll always have access to that scan. You won't have to come back and go through all this. Same with the Extreme Volume High Pro. So I would direct you to these two, Extreme Volume High Low Pro. And again, you can take that and save, just basically save to your cloud. And you're there. I think Barry has that Momo channel layout too. Okay, same adjustments. Yeah, so Tim, I'm just taking over for Barry here midday. Barry goes all day long, and he might be able to give you some more ideas as well. Plus the group over there, they trade the Momo stuff. So if you're not in there, you can use this link here as a redirect, or you can sign up and just join the main room. All right, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to close. I've got those 2 scans in my cloud, and I'm going to close and say, no, do not save this. Big mistake to save that. We want to go back and just recreate what I already had, which is called my default layout. And then from my default layout, I've got those 2 floating windows that were interesting that I can pull up. So the last step in, going shopping and finding what you like and then putting it in your cart, so to speak, is to come up here and say load from cloud, file, load from cloud, and they'll both be right at the top. So I'll just grab Extreme Volume High Low Pro. There he is. PSX is coming through. PSX is ripping. So that's where the attention is. Load from cloud. Momo. And I now have these. And from here, I could save my layout. And like if I was to exit, I'd say, yeah, I do save my layout. So I hope that helps. If not, hit me up again. But this is why we do these daily live sessions at 12 o'clock Eastern. Tomorrow will be Andy. But you can really shorten your learning curve by coming in here and asking questions and letting the host demonstrate it. We don't get on the phones and talk about it. And it's hard to do in chat. We're just sending screenshots back and forth. This is the most efficient way to kind of get what you're looking for. All right, Brenda, can you share your pullback to the 130 scan? Oh, hey, look, by the way, it came back. How about that? Yes, I will share it in its tree map glory. And again, once you receive it, of course, you can turn the tree map off and you can reconfigure and do whatever you want, but we'll send it over in this way. That's the short squeeze. My bad. You're looking for my money machine. My bad. And I had to exit, so that screwed up my money machine. Let's see what happened. Okay, so what happened is those, just out of curiosity, those 5 trades are still active, it looks like. So nothing, no harm, no foul. But I have to start the money machine over here. So let's see what happens when we start it. Again, what I did is I closed my program, and this is where it brought me back. So what do I got now? Okay, so those are the same positions. Yeah, same positions running. And now they're active again. So what happened is had I not clicked start again, those would have just gone into manual mode. I would have been getting those manual. Yep, here it comes, Brenda. So it's easy to do. And here's how anybody can share. Like if you guys are out there and you say, hey, let me try that. You go, okay, strategy, pull back to the 130, copy, collaborate. But here's, and this is fine. This is a little nuance here. The collaborate is something that works with our top list windows. And that's what the money machine is working off of. So I'm going to plug this into collaborate, paste, boom. Okay, so this is my scan. These are the candidates that are currently in. You will have to use the collaborate link to interface with the money machine. However, for me here dropping links in YouTube, I can't drop it. It's too long. So I shortened it, popped it in as a cloud link, just like we were doing for TEM. Save and share. And here comes the cloud link, which you can later convert to a collaboration link. Okay. So if you're curious, just so you know, you open up that with the cloud link and you say, okay, how do I get the collaboration link? And you go back to the collaborate menu and just do copy all. And then once you're in the money machine, you would paste that in to the strategy. Can I share that version without the money machine too? Yeah, so that's basically what you got. You can use it both ways. You can start there. That's the basic scan. And if you want to convert that to the money machine, you do the collaborate and then plug the collaborate into the money machine. Funky Fred, can you talk about time frame? Your friend trade 20-minute charts. I like 15-minute charts, and that's a great segue because this 130, why is it called a 130? Because 130 divides into 6.5 trading hours perfectly. 20 minutes does not do that. 30 minutes will do it, and that becomes a 65. Whether it's a 65 on a 30-minute or a 130 on a 15-minute, those are both perfectly divisible by 5 trading days. Therefore, we call this a 5-day moving average inside of a window of 15-minute time frame. And this is the predication of what my strategy is working off of. It usually acts as a nice support level. So, you know, you can, I'm sure you're no need to try and change your friend's mind, but you know, he's doing his thing for a reason. And I wouldn't try to argue otherwise. It works for him. But since this 130, this 5-day moving average is such a crucial indicator for me, I prefer the 15-minute charts. Dan doesn't use indicators, so he kind of poo-poos them a little bit. That's okay. Like I said, everybody has their own style, even though he signs my checks. Well, yeah. Again, Dan has been doing this for a long time, and his strength is the outside the box vision. The vision for the original product, the vision for going to topless, vision for the money machine, and many stops in between. So I'm a lot more technically oriented. He's a lot more story oriented. He'll sit through some pretty big drawdowns, but in the end, like Nibius, he sure kicked my butt. I traded this thing okay, but he nailed it. Because he understood the story, I think, more than most people or me. And unlike him, I'm more concerned with constantly recycling cash to try and put that cash to work, where he will buy and hold a lot more. What do I think of gold? I think of silver better. Gold is moving higher and probably will continue to move higher, probably hit 4,000 soon. But silver is playing catch up. Anybody know what the current ratio? The last time we talked about this, let's ask ChatGPT. What is the current gold silver ratio as of yesterday? Okay, so when I first asked this question a few months ago, we were talking about this. Patrick will remember. We were above 100. It's shrinking, which means silver is outperforming gold. I like silver better than gold. I like them both, but it's one of the reasons I'm sitting in AG. AG is a silver mining company, and they can't even get back in touch my aforementioned main indicator, which is even stronger. That's a sign of even more strength. They're not even going to let it touch. You want to pull back, you're not going to get it probably. I hope. We'll see. But to answer your question, I love it. Now, let me take it a step further. You said SLV. I'll show you something. One of the reasons silver is playing catch up is because it's been absolutely manipulated for decades. The banks have suppressed it with futures, derivatives, paper, naked shorting, whatever you want. Some people think it could be 1 to 200 ounces of synthetic paper to actually 1 physical ounce of silver out there. Not so much with gold, but more so with silver. And if that plays out, silver's got a lot more to run. Now, for what I just said, SLV is part of that camp. How much, when you buy SLV, do you think you own silver? You don't. You own a piece of paper, which has contributed to this problem to start with. But there is a solution. I have a solution for you. This is what I would use. I've used it in the past. I've got physical. This is called PSLV. It's up 2.49%. SLV is up 2.08%. I would watch these two because I think people understand that PSLV is real silver. This is an audited fund. It's a trust, and they are audited, and they can verify the amount of silver in this fund and trust physically does exist. SLV cannot say that. So I think there's going to be a period in the future and time where SLV and PSLV decouple. PHYS is the same Sprott company, the same fund, but it's for gold. You can guarantee, see, you can own gold, but then you got to put it somewhere. Silver is even worse because you got to own more of it. Where are you going to put it? Well, you can maybe have a vault somewhere where somebody says it's there and they verify it for you. That costs money. That's a custodial fee. Exactly. Yeah. If you want to buy something, you got to use Bitcoin. You can't use iBit. So yeah, exactly right. So for anybody, I just want to just make sure anybody understands that if they think that they're really getting a full value in silver, they're better off buying PSLV, because that is a audited fund that can vouch for the physical silver. So it's kind of like your custodial fees are built into the price. You can rest peace of mind knowing that you will not wake up one day and hear that there's some sort of weird, federal SEC probe going into the actual auditing. That's just not going to happen. Okay, we're getting a little droopy here in the NASDAQ and the... If I had to guess, we're probably just going to chop around here today, and this is going to be the ultimate end of day picture right there. These big tails that we have on S&P. It's a pretty good 3-day sell-off. We just got to see if we can build on this. Stocks like SMR put in a pretty good tail. Are they going to hold? SYM. They're starting to give away a little bit. Still a long day, but we'll see. PSLV also pays a dividend sometimes. Yes, good point. What happened to my mind med? Oh, it's back to flat. All right. I think AG, I have the most confidence in for today. It's a silver mining play, and we all see what's happening. I think the story is slowly getting out. And by the way, you can even research Bank of America and JP Morgan. They may actually be in trouble right now. I mean, there's a certain level in silver, if it starts to get away from them, that their little game of holding down with synthetic shorts is going to unwind and unravel quickly. I think something like that happened to the nickel market in London last 2 years, but it could get weird real quick. Yeah, Patrick, I'm just in very minimal, low risk positions. I've been in risk off for days, but that doesn't mean I won't day trade just because I'm an addict sometimes. I have to. I actually tried to short Apple at the top, and I couldn't. I made money in it, believe it or not. I did pretty well, but I shorted it here. I had to sit through this and then covered like right there. So it was nice. And I did it by way of AAPD, which is another new nuance to the 401k. They allow us to short non-levered ETFs. Can't do triples or doubles, but apparently you can short sell using these ETFs. Yeah, it's really hard right now. And like I said on the onset, I come into this market very complacent. I've been kind of stretching the rules a little bit. And I've noticed that about myself. And that's usually a point that you want to pay attention to when you start getting overconfident, complacent. Yeah, I'll buy more of this. I'll buy some of that. I'll buy this. Because everything starts working, you get more and more confident. And then there reaches a point where you get overconfident. And then you have to recognize that extremely quick and then pull back and tie your hands behind your back and say, you're not seeing the market and you've been way too overconfident. So you need to be your own worst enemy and pull yourself back from it. And if you can't recognize that, then you're going to struggle. You know, the market's just all over the place. It's not really helping out much of the positions I had in here. They're kind of bleeding back through, it looks like. I'm just going to stop that for now. And those were the positions that I had originally, so I can flatten those with the one swoop. All right. On MindMed. Man, Steve, do we see the support and resistance levels? Yes, you should. Now, it's weird. It only comes in certain cases where it's moving up. It's got to have a green candle moving up, and then when it gets close to. So if it like wicks and turns back red again, you're going to lose that blue line. So it only seems to show up when needed. So see right here, we've got a green candle. We're pushing up. The system is saying, hey, this is probably a good spot to take a look. AMD does not have one for whatever reason. I can't tell you why or why not, but it's interesting. Usually things that are coming through on highs will have them, because if something's going through highs, you're going to want to know where's the next stop. So it's kind of random. There's no real way to turn off and on. It's an algorithm program. I'm not making money with the money machine. I know. It's a volatile market right now, and buying pullbacks isn't working in the last hour. You can go to the sidelines, or you can change your strategy. You can go short. Like if I wanted to go money machine, if I wanted to start shorting things, short fade bounce the 130. We could try that. And this is why we're simulating. We're learning all the things in sim mode. Let's save that profile. Let's look at the market. I mean, we could roll over or we could dig in right here, but just for the sake of showing, let's start the money machine on the short side. And there are no trades at the moment. That tells us something. There's nothing that's lining up for that. So I'll stop that. Back to nothing. No positions, no strategy. Oops, I didn't need to do that. I meant to go here. Let's go back to the pullback and get a fresh list of ideas. Yeah, it's pretty much for day trades only, for sure. It's going to be for active trading, trying to make the best of. And, once you're in a good trade, it's up to you. Do you want to keep moving that target up and turn it into a swing trade? There's nothing that's going to ring a bell and tell you what to do with it. All you can do is kind of control the basic parameters. So we're going to start this. And we got some of the same old names. Set the target. Raise the stop. Set the target. It's a pretty good risk reward. See, this is the kind of stuff I'm trying to do, is just bracket some low risk, high reward stocks. If they go, they go. Yes, I can share my layout. Now keep in mind things like this is a symbol list. That's a symbol list. And these are mine. So the framework will come through of everything else, but not some of the symbols always. But you'll see there's stuff minimized as well. So to do that, if you want to share with anybody, you right click. I'm sorry. Entire layout. There we go. Entire layout. Then we've selected all these are all the windows and charts I have in the layout. Save and share. Add those. Copy, and then I can drop it in here. And you can pick and choose. You can turn things off, and like once you've arranged things or turned windows off that you don't want, there's some more down here. That's just a simple short squeeze. Anything on here has a giant shorts component. But I'm just not looking for ideas right now. That's an interesting idea. It's above 8, but there's a million ideas. It's just a matter of when do you want to deploy them, and that's the hard part. What the Money Machine does is it kind of takes the guesswork out of which ones to trade and how to juggle them. But what we're finding is that managing those trades once you're in them is the best. Yeah, Chris probably has more windows than I do. You're welcome, Robert. Oh, wow. Time's gone fast. I'm only here for another 5 minutes, it looks like. How about that? So I'm in MindMed still. Feeling okay about that. It's above its moving averages. I'm in AG. That wants nothing to do with this rising 5-day moving average. And when you look at what the silver market's doing, it's just all systems are kind of go for silver right now. But that's pretty much it. Risk off over here for the most part until I see something. I've had a great run. I don't really want to jeopardize it. And like I said earlier, I've recognized that I was getting a bit too overconfident. And that's usually the beginning signs of a turn. You get a little sloppy in your due diligence. All right, any questions before I got to run here? Pretty much covered them all. I think the ones that you guys asked. Silver wants to go back to highs, it looks like. Or at least PSLV does. Any thoughts on CPE? Let's see. It's halted. What's up with that? LQDA. Nice turnaround. It's following its moving averages. It reclaimed everything it needed to right there. So that's not a bad looking chart. Very oversold. When they're this oversold, they might have a little extra run in them. Oh, CPE, inflation numbers. I don't know. I'm not going to guess. The GDP numbers were strong today. Inflation is still kind of a mystery. Some people think that it's still difficult and it's not going to go away. I just met a new neighbor. He's a smart guy. He bought the house with the money he made in some of his trades. And he still thinks inflation is a problem. I'll give him some credit for that. But we'll find out. I'm not going to guess. I'm not an economist. Yeah. Do you suggest a monthly until the big? Yeah, I would, Funky Fred. And then the next big sale that comes along, you can do another month if you want. And then within 30 days, you can use that promo to lock in a year. So you can really get 13 months using that same promo. Some chatter that may be lower. Well, certainly will surprise the market if that's the case, but we'll see. I can't predict. I can only react. All right, guys, I think we're caught up. Any last questions? Hit me up. info@trade-ideas if I leave before you think of one. Well, yeah, Funky Fred, there's only one way to know. Give it a try. Certain things will slow down the system, like a docked window, erases. But if you just have a basic layout, you should be okay. You can at least try it. XPEV. Well, looked nice on the open. It should have kind of held right there, but the fact that it's just now under the armpit means that that might be it for the rest of the day. It might just hang out in this range, perhaps. That's the best I could tell. But for those that used my layout, I found great value in this. Dan did create this. I laugh about his indicators, but he's got a vision and he creates some good indicators. And this is a good one. It's just a kind of good pulse, exactly what it's called. And if this red line were to spin up right now, it would kind of catch my attention out of the corner of my eye that the selling's increasing again. But we'll see what happens. Barry.
I am here, yes. I am here, yes. It's interesting what Funky Fred said. I had I'm running now 3 races. And racing is one of the things that can really drag your system down. Mm-hmm. But ever since I got the thermal paste in my computer is like brand new.
Yeah.
So all I'm saying is that and I'm doing a lot of things. So I think what Funky Fred was worried about, if running the money machine and all that was going to be a real.
Oh, I see. Okay. Yes, that's the good point. I haven't seen it.
Look, yeah. I mean, I'm running 3 races. I've got 2 streams going, YouTube and the main room. Yeah. I've got the money machine going. I've got my brokerage platform going. I do a video, I've got a lot going on. And ever since anyway, I know you've got to go. So,
but that's good thinking, give it a month and then see how it all pans out and then go from there.
Yeah.
All right. So I shall not to end the stream. I shall leave the studio.
Yeah, don't end this stream.
All right.
Okay, Steve, I'll take over now.
See you, everybody. Bye.
Steve, I don't think you've exited. No, I don't. Okay, Steve, I think I can remove him. Okay, I think we're good now, guys. Okay, so thank you, Obi. Okay, thanks for that. Okay, one more thing to do is just get my music going. Okay, guys, back in both rooms and what's happening? I'm not in the VNet anymore, even though the VNet is popping up again, but I'm not in the VNet anymore. Well, you're in a, okay. Are you in Zoom? No, this is a, you're in the YouTube room. I'm not Zooming. Okay, Igor, you're just in the normal, I call it the normal YouTube stream. So this is not Zoom. All right, guys. So I'm just kind of looking at some of the ones that won races earlier in the day. Well, this GIS won 9 races. Wow, what a nice move down. Well, that C-pop was nice, wasn't it, for you guys? Well, it's interesting. I mean, look what happened. I mean, here's the 930 candle bar, pops up, came all the way back down from $2 down to, wow, almost a dollar. I mean, that just about got cut in half, and now it's surging again. Talk about a challenging, challenging one. Low flow. Actually, it's not a low flow. It's 17 million in the flow. I mean, it's not high, but it's certainly not crazy low. 39 million shares are traded. I wonder if this one could be a late dayer, guys. Well, it's pulled back up. It's pulled back again. NUAI. Put a price alert at 144 just to see if it takes out that high. And also, though, before I, what does it look like on the weekly chart and the monthly chart? So, okay, I probably a symbol name change. Okay, it's not an IPO back here. So, Andrew, yeah, I mean, the best thing you can do is just use the simulator to start. I certainly, well, if I had an off the shelf one that would work for you, I'd be using it myself. Okay, but I have no off the shelf one that's going to do what you want it to do necessarily. So, but you just have to use the simulator, see what happens. The fact that you're going to manually add allows you then maybe, especially if you're talking mid cap stocks, so you're not talking necessarily the super volatile stocks, the ones that are going up, 20 cents in half a second. So you probably then have an opportunity to click on the alert when you get it, check out a chart, a couple of charts to see whether it makes sense to take the trade. I mean, it should only take a few seconds to do that, and then you can either take it or pass on it. Boy, this one had earnings a couple of days ago, I guess. Yeah, so the reaction was yesterday. So this is one of the big office suppliers, furniture suppliers, and big down day yesterday. Wow, that was on earnings, but is trying to come back. It's having a bit of a bounce. But remember, obviously the market reacted very badly to this. And that's still there. Even though it's trying to bounce, it's still there. I can't make any recommendation, Andrew, because none of them are back tested. Okay, none of them are back tested. They're just generating ideas. I mean, again, you can take my momentum scan, and then you can really start, maybe, change the price range, maybe add in market cap, maybe do a few things, but none of the scans in here in the dog channel bar, they're not back tested. They're just generating ideas. And then this is, probably for more, well, seasoned people. I mean, the idea is that even though I get something I'm seeing here, do I take the trade just because I see it here? No. I have to look at the chart and see, okay, does it make sense for me to take the trade? So I don't mind the ideas that are generated because they're based on my set of parameters, but not every idea is going to be necessarily tradable, because I can't know that until I look at the chart. Well, yeah, it requires some trading knowledge. Understand that you control. I mean, even something that's in one of the channels, a scan that's in a channel, you can take it and then you can tweak it to what maybe you want a different price range. Maybe you want, a different, more volume. I mean, I call them templates. Okay, it's like everything I share is a template but it's what I want to see, but it doesn't necessarily mean that's what you want to see. We all have different ideas about how we view the market. So that's why, in the channel, these are sort of what I will call general ideas. But if it were that easy just to take everything you see in the channel, then there'd be nothing to trading. It'd be simple. All right, guys. Well, by the way, who asked the question? RC. What might? Well, it could be PepG. I mean, PepG it's pulled back a bit. Is it anywhere here? Surprised it didn't win a race earlier, but it's pulled back. You can kind of see where it got into that high, and that's where it stalled. But it's pulled back there. Well, that's not the high. That's the VWAP. So it would have to probably take out six again. And if it takes out six again later, I mean, it could run, not a low float though, 48 million, but a huge amount of volume. And for it, great news, obviously. So what I'll do is I'll put a price alert around the VWAP. and see if it takes it out later. Okay, guys, the Kraft Heinz Company, KHC, interesting to me. Doesn't have a ton of room, but might be a little bit of a scalp trade. This is week underneath the whole number, has about 40 cents to the next low. One of the reasons why I like to take stocks, relatively close to the whole number, either on the upside or the low side, is that it kind of gives me an out, a fairly. I kind of know if the trade is going to work pretty quickly or not. If I'm putting my stop around that whole number. Now, some may say, "Well, why are you putting a stop at the whole number?" I just look at it as a psychological area. Doesn't and others don't have to agree with me. Okay. Which, which strategy are you using, RC? And are you managing the exits on your own? Oh, okay. Interesting, okay. Alright, guys, it's, 1:10, so I'll go over my homepage one last time today. Pretty sure you meant, 5:45, right? Shady on the PEPG, not 4:45. So click on my homepage link, and as always, at the very top, here's how you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. Using my code, Barry15, that'll get you 15% off the first month only or the entire year. And those of you in YouTube, okay, you can stay in YouTube if you want. Just know there is another room that's a lot more active than YouTube. If you wanted to come into that room, scroll down, and here it is, the trading room. Okay, same idea. They see my screen, hear me. YouTube has a slight delay, about a 5 to 8 second delay. That's YouTube putting imposing that. Okay, but and also if you're coming into the room every day, may as well just save my link, and then that's how you can get in. Scrolling down, keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. You can sign up for it right here. It is free. Trade of the week is free, and you'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up and you don't think you're getting it, before you contact us, please check your spam folder, and if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Okay, before you contact us. Education section, click down or scroll down. Here's the education section. As always, the first thing to do if you do take out a subscription is the getting started with trade ideas. Short videos to get you started. If you don't have trade ideas and you're wondering about the product, you can look at these videos also. Start off with the second one, and that should give you a good enough idea about whether or not this is something that you might want to try. Okay. If you are new to trading, Back to Basics, a whole series of free videos for you. If you're new to trading. And last, if you're looking for my scans and you click on my homepage link, scroll down, here they are. Here are the scans that I'm currently sharing. I do not have them all up and running myself, but here is the biggest scanners from the start of the race. These two are, I just took these and I just sort of added some filters in, showing one for showing stocks moving down, large cap, one for showing stocks moving up, large cap. I'm not sharing these on my homepage, but if you wanted the links for these, I can give them to you. Pulse resumes is down here. And that's it, guys. That's all this is what I'm using. I don't have anything else. I don't have any of the other scans up and running. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and down. What did you wish you knew that about an hour ago? What are you talking about, Andrew? But understand the scans I'm sharing, they're not backtested. They're just generating ideas. It doesn't mean you take every. But I showed you the momentum scan. The 15%. You know what? Go to info@trade-ideas.com. Okay, if you just signed up and just say, "Hey, I was in the trading room," I'm sure they'll probably. I don't have anything to do with the accounting like that, but I'm sure they'll probably say, "Okay." So info@trade-ideas.com. Okay, I just put the link, that link right there. Info@trade-ideas.com. And then give them your email, okay, that you signed up, so they can look at your account. Can't click on. Okay, you can't click on it. Just so you have to type it in. But that's info@trade-ideas.com. Don't forget the hyphen. Many people ask, well, why don't you call yourself TradeIdeas.com instead of Trade-ideas.com? When the company started, somebody had already taken that TradeIdeas.com, and so, and then later on, I think they wanted to say maybe buy it off the guy. I don't even know if the guy is using it, but he basically tried to extort us. The people, for those of you who go back far enough, the people who made a lot of money. I know I read about one guy who he said, you know what? I think this internet thing is going to be here to stay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to snatch up, IBM.com, all these websites of major companies. Now, how do you find that information, Pepe? You ask ChatGPT. Give me one moment, please. All right, guys, sorry about that. Anyway, so there's Silver Play up here, SSRM on the move here, guys. Yeah. This is one that showed up in the large cap losers a couple of weeks ago. It was an awesome one. Probably might have been this day right there. Look what it did. Yeah. I always look at the when I look at the daily and I say it was okay, awesome, it's because it closed near the low of the day. So getting it up here and then you can just write it down, write it down, write it down, close near the low of the day, as opposed to you see some of these like here, this one, look where it closed near the midpoint of the day, as an example. Um, anyway, before I was interrupted, yeah, some guy with a lot of foresight started to snap up all those websites and register them of major companies. And I know, I mean, he made money on that. Yeah, look at Bitcoin. You're right, William. Down $3,300, near 110,000. Let's take a look at IBIT. Yeah, wow. Had a little bit of a pop yesterday, but that was just a brief blip in stopping that downtrend. Next low is 62 or so. I'm going to put a price alert there. Okay, so Obi said that he'll keep the room open till 3 o'clock. So I'll be leaving probably right around 2, unless there are questions. I'll always stick around for questions. But Obi says he'll keep the room open until 3 o'clock after I leave. That's the main room. YouTubers, I have to shut you down. Look at the Cure again, guys. QURE. The reason I know about it is because I do have that one thumbnailed on one of my other monitors. Boy, I mean, this is now through that 50 again, through the VWAP. Market making another move underneath the VWAP now. Now that looks like the move, guys. Look how many times it tried here at about 11:25, popped up, and then from 12:45 until about half an hour testing the VWAP, testing, 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 and looks like now it is broken down. So the market looks like it's broken down again. To see what color that bar is, but right now it's blue, but William, I know you mentioned these two earlier, INDP and HUSA, a couple of real cheap little oil plays, energy plays. Oh, really? I thought, okay, somebody mentioned INDP and HUSA. Somebody did, 'cause I recall seeing it posted somewhere. It was Obi. Okay, Obi. All right, Obi. So here's an idea. Two times. So here, finally, I see a short. So ions. So if you thought ions was going to continue down, ions has got to be down about 8.5%. What? Ion Q. Sorry, ion Q. There's the stock. Ion Q's got to be down about 8%. Yeah, 8.7%, 8.8%. And so if you thought it was going to continue to move down and you didn't want to short the stock, you could buy this one, Ion Z. You'll get double the move. So remember, so if Ions keeps moving down, it moved down another percentage. This would move up 2 points, 2%. But remember, if Ion starts, the stock itself starts to move higher, this will move lower by double whatever the move up is. These are Yeah. Look at, I mean, my goodness, look at the volume too. There's no 71 million shares. So these are good to know if you maybe your account for whatever reason doesn't allow shorting. So you buy, these ETFs that are designed specifically for the stock. Well, guys, this short I'm in of the KHC is sort of putting me to sleep. I'm up a little bit in it. Yeah, I won a race. I won the last race too. Okay, won 3 races so far. All right, guys, 1:31, so maybe only half an hour left for me. If you have questions, ask away. Oh, I was wondering what is this one? So this is the Mara. So Mara, you can see Mara is moving down. So Mara is down. Well, you can see it's 8%. This is the ETF designed the long. He would. So if you think Mara is going to bounce, now this doesn't have. I mean, it's the volume's not bad. Spread isn't great. But if you thought Mara was going to bounce, you could buy this and get double the move. There's Mara and Bitcoin. So wow, look at Mara now through the 200-day moving average. Underneath the next low, wow, 1553. Yep. All right, let's take a look at fun. Very close to the whole number, FUN, very close to the whole number. And looking left, I'd have to probably get to a monthly chart to see where the next lows are. Wow, can't see it. Well, I've got to go back 5 years, guys, before we start to see these lows. And that's for fun. Okay, so Cedric or Cedric in our YouTube room, you can, okay, you cannot filter or alert EMAs, but you can certainly add EMAs to the chart. Okay, so give me a moment. So if you right click on a chart, and now depends if you're using the browser-based version or the non-browser-based version. So okay, Cedric, can you tell me when you right click on a chart, is use browser interface checked or not? I'm talking to Cedric in our YouTube room. Is use browser interface checked or unchecked? See what I'm hopefully you can see what I'm pointing at. Just right click on the chart and you get that big menu popping up. It's checked. Okay, so I'll go to this chart then. I'll check it here actually, make it a bigger chart. Okay, so if you right click and then click on indicators, okay, and there you have it, moving average EMA. Okay, so just right click, go to your indicators, right click, go to indicators, and then you can see you can add the EMA to the charts. And you can pick whatever period you want, whatever color you want it to be. Okay, that work for you? Or did I go too quickly? Just right click once you just right click on the chart, go down to indicators. Okay, perfect. All right, guys. HC inching penny by excruciating penny down for me. Well, FOFO, it's a symbol, guys. FOFO. Holding the VWAP. You can see it was holding the VWAP on the fit. Well, VWAP is the VWAP is the VWAP. Doesn't matter what time frame you look at, but all right, KHC, you're starting to make a little bit better move for me now. I have to remind myself where it could go. So on the daily chart, that's right. I mean, it's got 2566. I mean, if it got there, that'd be awesome. But I'll probably take some off if it gets into the low 80s. See how it's riding the wave down? Oh, that's why you're talking about NUTR, William. Okay. I see that it got halted and it got halted. Well, I guess on the way down, and now it got halted on the way up, and now it is halted again. All right, guys, 20 minutes maybe. What I might do is just put myself on mute. If you have a question, I'll hop back on the mic. Okay. Okay, guys. So I'm muting myself now. All right, guys, getting set to wrap this up. I don't see any questions coming in. So what I've done in YouTube, you can click on my homepage link and just scroll down a little bit. And on the right, you'll see how to get into the main room if that's what you want to do. Because I do have to shut you guys down. YouTube or the main room will continue to be open till probably around 3 o'clock Eastern time. The room tomorrow, the main room will be open around 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. That's when Obi will open the room. I'll get on the mic at about 9. The YouTube room I'll open sometime between 8:30 and 8:40, and again get on the mic around 9 o'clock. So I don't see any questions. So have a great evening, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow.